Hi everyone and welcome to yet another exciting coding tutorial where we will be using ASP.NET Core Blazor with Razor components to build this powerful, elegant, beautiful, and modern website. This is a gym website where we have membership, class booking, and user login, and even an admin panel. All right, so what we have is a complete landing page. We have these different kind of membership plans that a user can choose, and depending on the kind of membership plan they choose, they can sign up for that class. Anyways, so let's go and see classes. So as you can see, we have these beautiful cards and this beautiful UI, and you have this amazing filter here. So let's say I want to filter for yoga. I'm in the mood for some yoga, and there you go. I can filter by that. I can clear my filter, and let's say I'm looking for something intermediate, so I can see all the classes that are intermediate. I can clear that. Let's say I'm looking for something on August 9, boom, I get that. So I clearly a powerful usable filter that's working. Okay, so then what we have is also login and join now. So let's say I want to join now, so I'm going to come over here and quickly fill this out. Okay, we're going to accept the terms and I'm going to do save. All right, so now we are logged in. Well, not logged in, we're signed up, but let's say I'm going to now log in. So you can see this bar will change and we're going to enter the password. I hope okay, well, that works. So you can see that working. So let's do password. Boom, I am logged in. As you can see, now I can see my profile and I see my Mickey Mouse. I can go to profile and boom, here's my profile. I can change it. Let's say I want to maybe fix this one. I can do that. As you can see at this point, the membership plan is none because we don't have any, but we're going to buy something and I'll show you guys. So I'm going to do update profile and that's updated now. Now we're going to go over to classes. As you can see, we have these different classes. Let's say I don't have any membership plan, but I want to sign up for one. So if I come over here and do book class, boom, you can't because your membership does not allow it. So it's going to be like, please upgrade your membership. So I'm like, all right, that's cool. So I'm going to go back to here and let's say I'm going to buy the premium one. So we have this payment simulator and I'm going to show you guys how we can build this from scratch. All right, so I'm going to come over here and enter my name. And we're going to enter the expiry date and then the CVV and let's go pay and boom, successful. So now if I go to my profile, well, my membership plan is premium. How cool is that? Let's go over to classes and let's say I'm going to register for, let's say this one. Okay, so successfully booked, sweat like a beast. Okay, so now we have registered for that. As you can see, there was already somebody registered and that count went by 1. How about I sign up for this one? Maybe this the elite one. See, can I do that? Well, you cannot because the premium membership does not allow that, so we need to upgrade that. How awesome is that? So I'm going to come over here to home page and you can also go from here to classes or you can even go to sign up like that. This thing is fully responsive, so if I come over here, boom, as you can see, we have a mobile menu and the same things here. I can go to my profile and I can basically close this one. I can go here and then I can even go to classes and you can see they're all coming up here nicely. How awesome is that? And you guys will learn how to do that. Now we also have an admin panel where we can add instructors and add classes. Let me show you guys how we can do that. I'm going to come over here and we can do something like this: admin, manage classes, and here you can add classes. These are all the classes that we added, and then we can also do instructors. You can also add instructors, you can edit them, you can delete them, and it's all working nicely. So I hope you guys are pumped, excited, and you want to transform your coding skills. And by the way, we will be using AI as a coding companion, not to completely replace us, but we'll be using it to help us code along the way because trust me, this is the way going forward. We'll be using AI and you better get used to it. So I'm going to show you guys all the tips and tricks. We'll be using different kind of AI models. So we'll be using the Amazon Q. We'll be also using the Copilot. I'm going to show you guys how to prompt them properly, how to do reverse prompting and all that. So let's jump right in. All right, so we're going to get started. And as you can see, I have the ASP.NET page open. And this is where you can actually go in at this URL and click on Let's Get Started. So they're going to ask you to download the SDK. And they're going to, if you're on Windows, they're going to suggest the Windows one or the Apple one. If you have not downloaded the VS Code, then you can download the VS Code as well. And then also you want to install the C# dev kit plugin because it's going to be helpful in coding. So I'm going to show you guys that. So here I have VS Code, and if I go to my extensions, then if I type C# and this is the dev kit that what you want to install. And I've also installed the base language support for C Sharp. So, but this is the important one you want to install. Okay, once you have done that, you might need to restart the computer, especially when you install the SDK, because if you execute the .NET command, it might not work. So let's say you restarted your computer, now everything is good. So you're gonna come over here and go to terminal, and we're gonna do new terminal. And if I come over here, maximize this, and if I do .NET help, then as you can see, that means .NET is installed and it's working. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna clear this, and I'm gonna navigate to a folder where we can create the project. All right, so then to create a project, all you have to do is .NET, and we're going to do new Blazor. So since we're creating the using the Blazor web app, we're going to type in Blazor, and you want to give it the O for output, and we're going to do Gym app, and we're going to name it like that. So I'm going to hit enter. Okay, so it's going to say basically the project is created, and now we're going to CD into it. So let's go to this one, and if I come over here, this is the project. So now we're gonna come over here to file and navigate to that and open that folder. All right, so here is the folder. I have opened it, and what we can do is we can see that you have the components, you have the root and all that. We'll be talking about that more as we progress, but let's start the project and execute it. So the way we're gonna do this is I'm gonna come over here to new terminal, and what we can do is, first of all, let's say I'm gonna build this. I'm gonna do .NET build. All right, so the build succeeded. That means no errors. And you can do run this a couple of ways. One way is through .NET run. So this is just going to run the project, and every time you make a change, you have to rerun it. So that's a little bit of a hassle. So instead of .NET run, what you can do is you can do .NET watch like that, and it's going to just do hot reloading for you. So let it do its thing. And if I come over here, then as you can see, I have the app running. So what's cool about this is I can make changes over here. Let me close this one. I can make changes to this, and they're gonna refresh in real time. So for example, let's say I have the hello world. So I'm going to basically close this one. And if you come over to components, I have the pages, then I have the home. And let's say I'm gonna do welcome to Gym app, right? So we're going to do that. I'm going to save it, and there, it got upgraded in real time. So that's the idea. We're going to basically be doing this in like modifying this here, and it's going to update this here. I think the text is a little bit too big for my real estate, so maybe I can do one down. Yeah, that should work. Okay, so just to give you a basic introduction to, I guess, the Razor components, it's pretty cool actually. If you have done React, it's going to sound it's going to look pretty, I guess, familiar. So one thing we can do with Razor components or Razor pages is I can basically write code like that right here. So for example, I can do private var or string, and I can do welcome to Gym app. And then if I save it, nothing's going to happen because I removed that. But what I can do here is you can come over here and you can do add message. When you do add message, you're actually referencing this message. So if I save it now, then boom, I have the welcome to Gym app right here, right? Then I can also have click handlers. So for example, I can have a button, then I can do add on click, okay? And we can basically, let me do this. So basically that's going to come to the next line. So we can see that there's an issue here. If you can open the console by going to terminal, as you can see, it's complaining about a bracket. So instead of doing it this way, what we can do is just take this all out. And then instead I can do is I can say update message. Okay, so now what is update message? So this is going to be a handler. So this is how you can add handler. So I can do private void update message, okay, and then basically we do message equal to this is a new message, right? So what we are saying is this is going to add a new message. Let's add a semicolon, boom. So if I hit click me, then it's not doing anything. And the reason for this is you need to add something called a directive. So I'm going to do add render mode, and it's going to be interactive server. Okay, let's save it. And at this point, if I hit the click me button, still nothing is happening. Okay, I just had to do maybe come here and just do a reload. So you can do that with the control and the R key. And if I come over here and click this, boom, as you can see, the message is changing. So that's working. So that's how we can do click handlers and basically that. Now, what we need to do is basically clean this up. We're going to start from a brand new, I guess, uh, code or project. So let's get rid of all of this. We're just going to leave the title or home, whatever. So it's gonna say, okay, I deleted that. So we can do yes to restart. I think if you make a big change, it's not as good as React or one of the other frameworks, which can just like hard reload and pick it up. You still have to do the kind of come over here and maybe reload it. So if I refresh, boom, that's good. That's a little bit annoying, but yeah. Okay, so what they have is this counter and then these things. So we don't need these. So let's delete this. Gonna move to trash. Then we have this weather. We can actually delete that. And they have this sidebar. We're not gonna do this one. We're gonna do the more fancy one, which is the top bar with the mobile view. If I come over to layout, then as you can see, the uh, the sidebar is here. So if I come over here and expand this, then this is the sidebar. And actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this one. I'm going to comment that first. And then I'm also going to take all of this and we're going to comment it. I'm going to save it. And yeah, that takes care of that. And what else can we do? And let's see. So they have this one. Let's also get rid of that. So that takes care of that. And if I go to main layout, so that's the CSS file. So by the way, we will be using the what do you call it, Tailwind. So we're not going to use Bootstrap. We're going to get rid of that as well. Let me close everything. And if I come over to main layout, then as you can see over, that's the main layout. So we're going to leave this for now. But I think what we can do is maybe even here where we have Bootstrap, we can actually just get rid of that. We don't need that. So let me do that. I mean, I don't know who uses Bootstrap anymore. We're not going to use it. So now it's going to go back to its default, whatever it was. Okay, so one thing we're going to do in the main layout is also get rid of this, and then we can bring this here, save it, and there. So that takes care of that. And we just need to get rid of this ugly about. And let me find it. I think it's right here. Yeah, so let's also remove that so we can, yeah, start with a blank slate so that you can get more cleaner than that. So now we're going to move on to installing the Tailwind CSS so that, we can have a nice modern UI, and you're going to learn how to integrate Tailwind CSS with an ASP.NET Core project. Cool. So let's close this one. And what we can do is we're going to do new terminal. And then we already have these two terminals running. So this is the ASP.NET Core running. We're going to leave that running, and we're going to just have a new terminal here. So what we can do is we can do install the Tailwind CLI. So this is, by the way, Tailwind CSS 4. If you are using below 4, then the method is different. But I think we're just going to go with the latest method. So we're going to do npm install, and we're going to do Tailwind CSS. So that's one thing you need to install. And then other thing you need to install is Tailwind CSS.cli. They've changed things, so now you have to install that. So let's install that. Okay, so as you can see, this installed the node modules, and I think it also added the, I don't know if it was already here, but the package.json file. Okay, so now that we have that installed, then what you want to do is you want to create a tailwind.css file. So we can come over here into www root, and this is where you want to create the Tailwind CSS file. And the reason for that is we might want to do some styling and configuration. So for that, we're going to install that here. So what I can do is I can do touch in the www root, I can do tailwind.css. Some people will make it input.css, but it's up to you what you want to name it, I guess. So by the way, on Linux or Mac, you can use the touch command to create a file. You can just come here, right click and say create a new file. Doesn't matter. So then I'm going to come over here to the tailwind.css file. And what you want to do is you want to add the import statement, and we can do add import, and we can do tailwind CSS. And that's it. That's all you're going to do after you spell this correctly. We're going to do import. All right, so that takes care of that. And then what we also want to do is you want to now do a watch thing, right? So the thing with Tailwind CSS is, I mean, it's not gonna go like the way you type classes. It then needs to be converted finally to some CSS in the final output. So we need something to do that. So just like how we did the .NET watch, you can do the same thing. So we're gonna do npx tailwind, right? And we can do css-i. So that's where you're going to specify the input file, and that's going to be the tailwind.css. All right, we're going to specify the output file, and this is going to be www.app.css. And then we're going to do minify, and we're going to do watch. Okay, so here we're saying the output will be the app.css file. So if you come over here to www, here's your app.css file, and this is where all the Tailwind code will go, or, sorry, the classes and stuff. And the reason for this is if I come over here to my app.razor, remember we removed the bootstrap, and this already includes the app.css, so then we can utilize Tailwind like that. Anyway, so I'm going to come over here and hit enter, and let's see what happened. Did we have any errors? So this should be dash dash minify. I think that's the problem. So let's come over here, and we're gonna do dash dash minify, and there you go. So that's working. Let's actually take it for a test drive. So if I come over here to this one, and if I do a p tag, if I do gym fit, that's the name of our app. If I save it, then it's just gonna come here like regular, I guess, font. But let's see if Tailwind actually is installed. So I can come over here, and I can do class is equal to text dash 4xl. And if I save it, boom, there you go. So Tailwind CSS is working. I can do underline, and there you go. Underline is working. I think I should do underline and font dash bold. So you get the idea. It is Tailwind is working. Now, the other thing we need to do is we need to also install our font. So we can say this is a, well, okay, this thing is going to kill me. GymFit app. Cool. So now what we need to do is we need to also upgrade the font. And the font that I've chosen is something called a Vietnam. And if I come over here and if I do Vietnam Pro, that's kind of the font I'm going for because it kind of goes with the theme of a gym. So the first thing we need to do is I think grab the URLs for the font, and if I come over here, if you expand this, we're going to go to get font, and then you can do it embedded code or that. I'm just going to do get embedded code. And for that, what we need to do is you want to import the font in your tailwind.css file right here, okay? So if I come over here and we expand this again, then they have this link, but they also have the import. So you want to go on the import, and basically you're just gonna copy this line, the import one. And what you want to do is come back here, and you want to put this at the first thing, like so. So I'm gonna save it. So now the font is here, but it's still not applied, right? We need to apply it. Okay, so then how do we apply it? Well, what we need to do is we need to create a theme now, okay? We need to have a theme that we can then use throughout the app. And then what I want to do is let me close this one. We can do font family. and then I'm going to do font, right? And I need to close this one, of course. So I'm going to do font dash B Vietnam, all right? And that's going to be B. You want to type the exact name, B Vietnam Pro. And if you don't have that, then go with the Noto Sans, and otherwise just do with the sans serif, like that. Okay, and then also we want to do font sans, and for this one we're gonna do enter. Okay, and sans serif, like that. Anyway, so now what we need to do is, let's see how we can apply this to the entire app. So font dash B dash Vietnam. And then what we're going to do this is, I'm going to come over here. I'm not going to do it like on the body or this or that. So the way you do it is you're going to do layer. All right. We're going to do base. Okay. And then I'm going to do body. So this is what I'm saying. You know what? The whole body font family, you want to do a var. And then I'm going to do font. And then we're going to do B and Vietnam. So if I save it, let's see, we're going to do refresh. I think there's probably some issue because I can see that my CSS also disappeared. So let me come over to my terminal. Let's see if there's any error. I don't see any error, so that's okay. The only thing we might have to do is maybe need to restart this guy. So if I do Control R, okay, and just for some reason it just suddenly started working. I don't know why, but yeah. Welcome to ASP.NET Core Coding. Okay, so one issue I see is because I went over here and I right click, and if I go to inspect, so the font is B Vietnam, and we have added E. There's no E in Vietnam, it's just Vietnam. So let's save it and let's see if this will actually kick in. I'm going to do, now come over here and we're gonna do the terminal. And as you can see, this is running, and let's just do a refresh, and that's what I'm talking about. So now the text is also applied. As you can see, this matches with this, right? This is GymFit app, and this is GymFit app. Cool. So we have Tailwind configured. We have now a base that we can work off. And then the next thing we should do is maybe start working on the database. All right, so now we're gonna set up the database because we will need it for migration and stuff. So I'm using dbeaver. You can use other UIs for managing databases, but I'll be using this one. It's a free tool. You can download it. But anyway, so I'm gonna come over here to databases, and I'm gonna right click, and we're gonna do create new database, and we're gonna call it GymFit YT, and we're gonna hit enter. Boom. So now the database is created. And then what we can do is, you want to come over here and you want to select the database like that. And now any queries you run will run against these queries. So just be careful if you have multiple databases that you select the right database. So let's come over here now. And what we need to do is we need to create a user that we can then use to run the queries. So it's a good thing to do, to create your user. So we're going to create user, and then it's going to be GymFit, all right, GymFit YT user at, you want to do at localhost, all right, and we want to do identified, okay, by, and then we're going to enter a password. If you're doing this in production, make sure to enter a very strong password, but since we're doing this you know, here local, we're just going to use password. So I'm going to do make sure database is correct, the right database. We're going to do run it. So if everything went well, you should see the success kind of message. So that means it worked. Now the second thing we need to do is we need to grant this user privileges so it can execute commands for us. We're going to do grant, and then it's going to be all privileges, all right, and it's going to be on the database. So gymfit yt dot star, so basically everything, and it's going to be two, and then the basically user. So I'm going to copy this one, I'm going to copy this, paste it, and then let's make sure this is right. So privileges, I'll spell this incorrectly, should be PRI. Yeah, exactly, that's what I was saying. And I'm gonna execute this, and looks like there's an error. So of course we made a spelling mistake here somewhere, and that spelling mistake is here. So yeah, let's execute, and boom, so that's executed. And then finally what you want to do is you want to flush privileges, right? So let's copy this one so we don't make that mistake again, and we are just gonna go execute, and boom, so now our database is created and we have the user. And also if I come over to databases, you can see we have gymfit user, and I can do a refresh. And if I come over to users, then as you can see, we have the gymfit user here. So now we can use this one. Cool. So now we need to set up the connection string in the app settings. So what we can do is back to our app. Let's close everything. And then you want to come over here and you want to open the app settings, right? So this is where I can add the database connection string. And then what you want to do is right after the allow hosts, you want to come over here and we can do something like connection strings. And let me do this one so it can come over on the next line. And then what you want to do is you want to do default connection, and then this one is going to be server is equal to local host. Okay, and then we want to give it a port. So usually for MySQL, the default port is 3306. If you have a different port, then you want to use that. And then database, okay, and the database is equal to gymfit. It knows actually gymfit, and then it's going to be YT, right? And then the user is going to be the gymfit user, and the password will be the gymfit, well, not gymfit password, we're gonna do just password. Okay, let's save it, and that should actually be used by the DB context when we run the migration. So we're going to test that. So let's just come over to terminal, make sure there's no errors. And then what we want to do also is I'm going to come over here, and then let's just close this one. Let's expand this. And what we want to do is we want to add a data folder. So let's just close that, and I'm going to create a new folder, and we're going to call it data. And then in this one, I'm going to create a file. Let's come over here, new file, and then we're going to call it app db context.cs. Okay, so this we're going to create the db context, and I'll show you guys how we do that. So now once you have done that, you want to basically come over here and register this db context. So the idea is when we create services for dependency injection, you want to come over here and add them in this program.cs file, because that's the first thing that's going to get executed, and then we can use those services throughout the app. So what we can do is we can come over here, and right after the eraser components is we can come over here, and then you can add the var, and let me close this one. I can do connection string is equal to builder dot, so it's kind of helping you configuration dot get connection string. That's the default connection. Let me do that. And then we're so remember that's the default connection that we used in the, if I come over here, was the file app settings. So default connection, we're trying to read this right now. So that's what we're trying to do. And if we can't, I guess, read it, then we are going to throw this error that, we couldn't read it. So once you have that, then we can do builder dot, we're going to do services dot add db context, right? And it's going to be the app db context, right? That's the one we did, and we're going to pass in the let me see, I'm going to escape this one, because so one thing I want to do is it should be app db context. Okay, and then what you want to do is you might want to import that. So if you come over here to here, because right now it doesn't know what appdb context is, right? So we need to tell it what it is. And the way we're going to do this is if I come over to appdb context, then I'm going to create a namespace. So it's going to be namespace, and this is going to be gymfit yt data. So this is going to be under this namespace. All right, and then what we want to do, we're going to create a class. Okay, class, and then it's going to be appdb context, and it's going to extend from db context. Okay, it's going to be db context. So I don't know why it's not bringing it up, but that's fine. Okay, so we need to import this. So we're going to do using, all right, Microsoft dot entity framework core. Now we don't know, there's an error in the back. We haven't installed the entity framework, so it'll be a good idea to install that. But before I do that, let's come over here and make sure we get this taken care of. So if I do that, and what I need to do at the top, we just need to bring in that gymfit data. So that'll take care of that. And then here, what I need to do is I need to do option. Man, this auto thingy is killing me. Okay, we're going to do option, and what you want to do is you want to do option dot use MySQL, and we're going to pass in the connection string like that. Okay, I'm going to save this one. So now what we need to do is we need to install the entity framework, all that stuff. So let's come over here, and there's a lot of red stuff, so let's kill all that. And what we need to do is we need to install the entity core. So we're going to do .net. It's going to be tool install. Okay, and we're going to do global, and you want to do .net entity framework. Okay, so that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to say .net tool install global .net entity framework, and then oops, should be here. I'm going to hit run. Okay, so since I've already installed it, that's why it's saying it's already installed, but I just want to run the command to show you guys. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is we need to run the tools that we will need for migration. So I'm going to do sudo, and it's going to be .net and add package. So this is the way, like, you know how in React projects we do npm install, in the ASP.NET or Microsoft Word you do the add package. We're going to do Microsoft.entity framework core.design. Okay, let's make sure it's correct, and we're going to enter the password. Okay, so it seems that got installed, and then what we need to do is we need to install the entity core. We're going to do .net, we're going to add package, and it's going to be, we're going to do the MySQL. So you can have Oracle, you can have MySQL, you can have Microsoft SQL, whatever you want, but I'm going to add this package. So I'm going to do .net add package MySQL dot entity framework core. Okay, so permission denied. If you get that, I think in Windows you might be okay, but on Mac, since it's secure, you can get the sudo thing. So anyway, so that's also installed, and as you can see, that error went away. So that is pretty cool. Let's see why. Add db context, app db context. Let's see, quick fix. Using not that. Do we have using gymfit data? Let's see, gymfit yt data. So I have that namespace, and it's add db. Sorry, it should be app db context. I'm going to save this one, and now, yep, there you go. So that's good. And now it doesn't recognize the use MySQL. So let's see if I come here, and if I do use MySQL, yeah, there you go. So now it's getting it. So let's get rid of that. So let's save it, and boom, all errors are gone. So if our connection string is okay, now if I run the app, let's see, .NET watch, then I think we should be good. Okay, so it looks like something went wrong, and let's see what the error is. Okay, so yeah, we need to, of course, add, we're going to add the constructor, So we're going to do public fdb contacts, and we're going to save it. So you want to call the constructor, right? If I'm inheriting from this, so now let's see. There you go. The app runs. It looks like the connection string work. We're going to verify that by just refresh this. There you go. We're going to do a migration just to make sure that the everything works well. Okay, so for that, we are going to come over here and create a new folder. Let me minimize this, and I'm going to create a new folder, and we're going to call it models. So this is where we're going to keep all the models, and then the first model we are going to create is called the user model. So it's going to be user model.cs. So if you been paying attention, by the way, in .NET or this Blazor app, they follow the Pascal, I think, casing. So uppercase, then uppercase, like that. Anyway, so I just want to mention that. So the user model, what we can do is we can create a class, and it's going to be user model, and like that. So in here, whatever properties you define, these are the properties that will go into the database. So you can, and then you can also basically specify the parameters or the attributes. So I'm going to show you guys. So for example, the first one I'm going to create, okay, I don't know what happened there. The first one I'm going to create is called the key, like so, and that key actually will be the the ID. So I remember how every row has a unique ID. That's what it is. Then the other one we need is a first name, so it's going to be public string first name. Okay, and it's going to be a get set, like that, and then initialize it to string.empty. Now for this one, the attribute, so we want the user to always fill this in. So we're going to give it the required attribute. So it's going to be required, and then if they don't fill it, then you want to give them an error message, and the error message will be first name is required, like that. So that's how you are going to specify your basically database. You can say columns and then the form fields. So then the next one will be last name. So I can copy this one and then paste it, and I can format this a bit, and then this one will be say last name, and then here we can do last name. Then the next one after this we have is the email. So we can do public string email, and then same thing, get set, and this is going to be string, the string, not that, string dot empty, like so. So I think I made a mistake maybe here. What am I doing wrong here? Should be that. Okay, so that, and then this should be semicolon. Cool. So for this one, I'm going to add two attributes. Number one is required, but then the other one is email address, right? So we want to give the email address attribute, and this one, or the data annotation, this one will check to make sure the email is correct. Okay, after the email, then we also want to capture the phone. So for this one, I'm not going to make it mandatory, but we're just going to do phone, and it's going to be get set, same thing, string.empty. Okay, and then also so this is another one. You need to give it ask you for a password when they create an account, so they can log in and manage their bookings and all. So it will be public string password get set, same thing, string.empty. For this one, we would need, again, you can add as many annotations as you want. You can even create your own custom ones. For this one, let's see if the auto thing will help me. No. Okay, so we're going to do required, and it's going to be error. Okay, so that's for this one. Then we also want to make sure that the password has a minimum length. So it's going to be 6 characters. I'm going to copy this one, and then we're going to paste it. And then we need the confirm password, right? So for this one, we're going to do confirm password, like that. And then for the confirm password, what we can do is like this. Instead of all those, what you want to do is you're going to do a compare. Okay, and then for the compare, what do you want to compare it to? It's going to be the password field. Okay, and in case they don't match, then what you want to do is passwords do not match, just in case they don't match. So that's how you're going to do password matching. I think that's pretty nifty if you ask me. Okay, so then also what we need is the for them to be able to accept the terms, because it's a gym. We want to make sure that they accept all the terms and conditions. So for this one, we're going to do bool accept terms. All right, and get set. So for this one, the default will be false, right? So initially we basically say that they have not accepted the terms. So the next attribute or data annotation we need is called the range, and it's going to be type of bool, like that, and then we're going to say true, true, and true, and then the error message is basically the same. Please accept the terms and condition, or you must agree to the terms and conditions. All right, so what does it mean, this range thing? What this means is that the only value this accepts is true. So you cannot basically submit the form without checking this. So that's why we are kind of forcing the user to accept this one. Okay, now the other thing we need is a public bool, and this is going to be the subscribe to marketing, right? So what this means is if they subscribe to like marketing emails, so that's what it is. So that's why it's not mandatory. So in the end, you can usually ask. You see a lot this in the forms a lot. So that's what we are doing this one. So it's going to be same get set false, like that. And then after this, what we need is a membership plan. So what kind of membership plan this user has. So we're going to get to that. I'm going to just say plan. So we're going to leave that for now because we need to create an enum. But what we need is in public date time, right? And when did this person basically join the gym or the club, whatever, get set. So then we can do date time dot now, right? So mean like this will be already set for you. Whenever you sign up, basically that'll be the current that value. And then lastly, we need is active flag. So this is, we use it to see, let's say deactivate the user. So let's say they have not been paying their money, so you can use this to deactivate and prevent them from logging in. Cool, so I'm going to save this. And then what I'll do for this membership plan is I'm not going to put it here. So what we can do is create a new file. Okay, and this will be called gym class model. So this will represent one gym class. So that's what it is, like so. So for this one, we're going to create the same namespace that we have been using. So if I come over here, then the namespace is gym app YT. I should have called it gym fit, but that's fine. So anyways, we're going to do copy this namespace because we want to use the same namespace. And what you want to do here is you want to use these brackets. And then in here, I can create the enum. So it's going to be public enum. It's going to be membership type, like so. So we have basic, then we have premium, and then we have not VIP, but elite. Okay, it's adding these brackets, elite, right? So we have three kind of membership types. It's very important that you put this under the namespace, otherwise you won't be able to access it. So while I'm here, I can also add the class. So it's going to be the gym class model, and we're gonna use it later when we do the start working on gym classes. So I'm just going to add it here for now for us. Anyway, so going back to the user model, now what we can do is we can actually use it. So I can do public, and it's going to be of type membership type. See, it's coming up here, and it's going to be membership plan. So we're going to call it membership plan, and it's going to be a get set. And the default for this one will be, if people sign up, we're just going to do basic. So membership type dot basic. But actually, you know what? We shouldn't even do that. I think what we should do is we should have none. So let's say you sign up. So initially, you're not going to have any membership, right? So it doesn't make sense for us to give you basic right away. So I think we're going to do none. All right, so we're just going to have this guy restart. Cool, so that is good. So now we have created our model, I guess our first model, and we need to do now a migration and create a table in the database because currently it doesn't exist in the database. So how can we do that? So we're gonna come over here and I'm gonna go to the other terminal. Maybe I should add one more. Okay, so in here, what you can do is you're gonna do .NET, okay, entity framework migrations. All right, and we're going to do add, and the first time you want to do initial create, right? You want to do that, so it's going to create a migrations folder here, and then we're going to do after that an update to actually create the table in the database. So entity sorry, .NET entity framework migrations add initial create. Let's hit it. Okay, so as you can see, it created the migrations folder for us, and it would actually timestamp it for you. Okay, so once we have done that, then what we can do is we can do .NET entity framework database update. Okay, so access denied for user, gym fit user. Okay, so I think the user probably that we did in the settings is not correct. So let me do this, and we're gonna see what user we created. So the user we created was gym fit YT user. So let me copy that name, and I'm gonna go back here. Yeah, that's what it was. I'm gonna copy this, sorry, paste it here. We're gonna try this again. Okay, gym fit user, gym fit user. Sorry, I pasted in the wrong place. It should be this one. Gym fit user, yes, YT user, that's what it was. All right, so let's try again. Okay, it looks like the things, good things happened. So if you now come over here to your database, and if we come over here to the gym fit YT, if I go to tables, then so we have the entity framework migrations history. So this was going to keep history of all the migrations, but it looks like it did not create the let me do a refresh. It did not create the user model, right? And there's a reason for it. I think we made one mistake, and the mistake is every time you add a class, I think you have to come over here in the app.db context and see, yeah, we didn't register it here. So yeah, I see they're giving that kind of example, so we need to do that here. Okay, so what we can do here is I can come over here and I can say public, and I'm going to do db set. All right, we're going to create a set models. Okay, so right now you see that's one of the problem. I'm being not consistent with my namespace, so I think I'm using gym fit. I think we should fix this. So it's gym app YT. I think I should just do the same. So if I go over to the models, basically gym app YT. So I think what we should do is this: go over in the app, and we can do gym fit YT, right? So wherever we have the gym fit YT, we should, I think, change it to gym app to make sure we're consistent. Otherwise, we're going to have a lot of issues. And then, yeah, I see in here also we have the same problem. So one way to fix this, so this is a good way to, I guess, see if you run into these kind of issues, is how to kind of fix these errors. All right, so first of all, I'm going to come over here, is I'm going to create a public db set like that, and then it's going to be models. All right, and it's going to be dot user model like that. Okay, and then we're going to call it members. These are our gym members, right? And then what you do is do get set like that. I'm going to save this one. So db set is like a table, I think. Anyway, so we have done that. So what I will do is I'm going to delete this migrations folder. We're going to do this again. So let's say you're doing production, you mess it up, how are you going to fix it? But you also need to then come over here and you need to drop this table. Entity framework migrations. You want to also drop this table, the history one. So now that's gone. So if I come over here and do a refresh, then that's gone. All right, so cool. So now we can repeat this again. So I'm going to do the initial create again. Okay, so that's done. So now as you can see, if I go to migrations, kind of same deal. We have that. As you can see now, it added all the columns, the ID, the accept terms, all because we did that DB context. So that's very important. Now if I do update, nice. And if we come back to our database, and if I do a refresh, there you go. We have the members table. And if I do a select star from members, right, there's going to be nothing in it, but we have all the columns. How cool is that? So now we can follow the same kind of method and create the other models. Okay, so now moving on, we are just going to go ahead and add the instructor model. So I'm just come over here and add the instructor model, and then basically just come over here, kind of same idea, and we add the namespace and then the class for it. And then we're just going to call it the instructor model. The auto correction or filling is helping me adding these, but I don't think so we need all of it. Anyway, so let's bring in the data annotations, and once we have brought that, then what we can do is basically take this and put it in the namespace, because I want to use this enum. So every instructor will have different kind of specializations, so we need to add that first. So yoga, Pilates, whatever you have it. And then we can come over here and add just a little bit more. I'm going through it fast because it's the same idea what we did for the user model. We're just adding these different properties, and these will be converted to the columns. We don't need the password for the instructor, but what we do need is maybe the bio, and then we're going to limit it to say a string length of 5,000. Sorry, 500. And then also we need to add maybe years of experience, and we're going to give it a nice range. So let's say 0 to 50. And then also we need to create a list. So this list is basically the what classes this instructor is teaching, right? So this will not be saved in the database, but like once the DB context builds it for us, then we're gonna get that list. So it's gonna be like classes, and then it should be, let me come over here. Okay, I have this extra stuff, I don't need this, I'm gonna delete that. Okay, we also need to add then the full name. So this is kind of like a helper function, you can call it. That will be called for us to, yeah, so be the arrow to get the full name, so you don't have to type this over and over again. Okay, with that done, we have an error. Let's just restart, and boom, that's good. Okay, we also need to make sure that we go in the DB context and add the instructor model if you want to save this in the database or create a table for it. So that's why it's very important. So here I basically have the gym class model, and you can see I have these properties for display name, and then the icon for different class and different level colors, just kind of helper methods, which is very convenient, I find. And now we're going to add the class booking model. So this is for when a user books or a member books a class. So same thing, we use the key, the user ID, whoever is booking that, and then the class ID that is being booked. Okay, then I'm just going to copy and paste the rest of the properties, because as I said, this is the same idea. There's nothing new here, so I don't want to just bore you guys and keep typing this, because you know it's no fun at all. But anyway, so this is the can cancel kind of utility method that we can use to see if a user can cancel a class or not. Okay, so we're just going to do our migrations now that we have added everything. Everything is successful. And if I do a refresh, boom, as you can see, all the tables are created, and now we can move on to the UI stuff. Okay, let's shift gears now, and let's work on the fun stuff, which is the UI, because we have been just doing, I guess, boring stuff. Okay, so what's going on here? Let's just do a retry, and let's just make sure the app is running. So if I come over here, there was an error, so it probably just crashed. Let's just do .NET Watch. And okay, so there you go. It opens it a new tab. I kind of find that annoying. I don't know why can't it just open the same tab anyway. So that's a story for a different day. But what I can do is maybe come here, close this one, and then we're gonna go to the layout, and I'm gonna go to the, say, do we have a home page? So home is right here. So let's focus on this and see how we can make this beautiful. So let's close this so we have maximum real estate and do that. Okay, so I'm gonna break this into sections, because the whole idea behind Razor components is to break it into chunks and sections and then work off like that. So let's create the hero section. So what we can do is we can add a comment, and we can do a hero section like that. Okay, and once we have that, then what we can do is I'm going to create a section, and then since we have Tailwind, so we can do relative. Okay, I'm going to give it a relative class, and then padding y of 20. Okay, and then I'm going to do medium and above padding y of let's say 32. Okay, and text we're going to do white. All right, so that's go. That's your first section. Let's save it and let's see if yeah, that'll work. Okay, so then we're going to create a div, and it's going to be a class of absolute. Why is it, man? Okay, absolute, and then it's going to be inset dash 0 and bg dash black. Okay, and then bg dash opacity. Actually, with the new Tailwind CSS 4, you don't have to do that. You can just do like this. Okay, and that's good enough. Okay, and that's going to be a div like that. Let's save it. So that's what you get. And then what we can do is I'm going to come over to the next line, and now I'm going to create a container. Damn. Okay, I'm going to create a container, and then what we do with this container, what we can do is mx. I cannot type today. I don't know why. Padding x dash 4 and relative. All right, and z dash 10. And I'm going to save it. Nothing's going to happen because we haven't put anything in this yet. And then what we can do is I'm going to create another div, and it's going to be text center. All right, animate. Okay, we're going to do dash fade dash in dash up. Okay, let's save it. And then in this one, then what we can do is we can add this h1 class, and boom, this is what you get. So this is like your kind of the hero section, I guess. Okay, so text 9x is very large. So let's see if I do this. So that's mobile, sorry, desktop. I wish I could maybe we'll do like this. Okay, so then what we do with this one is, of course, this is too big, so we need to do 4. Okay, that's kind of better. And then what I can do is medium and above. So that's for mobile. We're going to do text dash 6 XL. So let's see. If I refresh, there you go. That's more like it. All right. And then what I want to do with this one is I want to do maybe font dash bold. Let's see if that'll work. And then margin bottom dash 6, and then leading dash tight. Save it, and then let's just do this. Okay, let's refresh, and boom, that's more like it. Okay, so one thing I see is y is, can I just do 90 maybe? Sorry, 10. Which one is it? This Tailwind is sometimes yeah, I think that's better. Maybe we'll just leave it at that. That's looking better. This is GymFit app. Okay, I don't know why we added that. So what we need to do is we need to add something a little bit proper. So we're going to do transform your body. How cool is that? There you go, transform your body. All right, so then we need to add, after this h1, we need to add kind of like that sub thingy heading. And this one, I'm not going to type it, but what we can do is we can just copy and paste it. It's a long text. save it, and boom. So it looks ugly, but we need to fix it. All right, so how can we fix it? Well, first of all, we can add the text-xl. Keep doing this. Okay, so that's one thing. And then what we need to do is medium and above. We're gonna do text dash, we'll do 2xl. So save it. You have to keep refreshing this because I know if I go to terminal, I know Tailwind CSS is running, so it should be doing its thing. But that's fine. Anyway, so then I have medium and above 2xl, margin bottom dash 8. Okay, and then we have max dash width dash 3xl. Okay, and then mx dash auto, so nice and center, mx auto, and then leading dash relaxed. Make sure it's relaxed, man. Okay, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. So this is your nice, call to action. Transform your body. I mean, not call to action. Okay, so once you have that, then after that, we can add another div. And in this div, let's see, it's going to be after this p tag. Okay, so we're going to add a div, and this is going to be flex. Okay, flex dash column, and then small and above flex dash, we're going to do row gap, we're going to do dash 4, and justify dash center, and then finally items dash center. Whoa, that's a lot of classes. Okay, so what do we add in this one? In this one, I'm going to add the A tag, and it's going to be href, okay, equal to join, right? So we're calling them to join this gym. Okay, and then what we can do is we need to give it a class, of course. Okay, like that. And then you can say start your, no man, start your journey. Let's save it, and that's what we have. So right now it looks very ugly, so we need to, of course, fix it. Okay, so this is where the theming stuff comes in. So we need to have colors for our theme. So I'm going with the green, kind of black and white theme because it's more energetic. So we have already talked about that, and it was in the Tailwind.css, but we haven't defined our colors yet. So why don't we do that? So to define colors, I'm just going to pick them from my notes, but basically, let me close this one, is we are saying color app green, app gray, and app black, and app white. So I'm just defining these colors for our app. You can define whatever colors you like, but let's save this one, and then we can use that in the app. And also there's another one I have for the shadow. So this is how we're going to have our own app shadow. So the reason why I'm doing it, so we are consistent throughout the app, right? That's why we're doing it this way. So this basically you're learning how to define your own theme. Anyway, so let's close this and let's see if we can use it here now. So if we come over here to this class, so we can fill this. What we can do is we can do something like on hover. Let's say I want to use that app dash green. There you go, it's coming now. So this one, I'm going to save it and let's see if this will work. Yes, there you go. So that's coming. Okay. And then it looks ugly, of course. So we're going to fix the padding and stuff. So we're going to do text dash white. Okay. And then font dash bold. And there you go. So let's this thing's kind of annoying. Padding y dash 4. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Then padding x dash 8, like that, and rounded dash lg, like so, and transition dash all. Okay, and then we're going to do duration of say 300 millisecond or is it seconds, I don't know. Transform, and then hover. And so when you hover, we want to scale something, so it's going to be scale dash, and it's going to be, where did it go, scale dash, and it's going to be 10105. Okay, and it's going to be shadow dash large. Yeah, that was a lot of typing. Let's see, what did we cook? So if I come here, boom, that's what I'm talking about. As you can see, it kind of like transforms. So that's what the transform is for, with the duration, and you get that. Pretty cool. Okay, so that's your start your journey, and then we need one more, and that's I'm gonna copy actually. I'm gonna copy this one if I can, and we're gonna come here and paste it. So of course it's gonna be the same thing, but we don't want that. So this one, we're gonna make it different, and this one will be view exercises. So that's what it is. Now we want to differentiate the two, so we don't want them to be the same. So for this one, man. Okay, so for this one, I'll do bg dash transparent. Okay, so this one has a transparent background, and then what we want to do on this one is I don't want to do any of that, so I'm probably going to do like this. And let's see. So if I refresh, okay, nothing is happening. Why? Oh, because we have a bg this and bg transparent, so that's why I think it's happening like that. I think we need to give it a border maybe instead. So border app green, how's that? And let's see if I do this one, still nothing is happening. So let's see, where is the problem? Man, these things are just annoying. And we need to, I think, define the border. So border dash 2. Okay, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. So there you go. So now it's kind of, you know, they're separate, so I mean different. But we have this one, we have view exercises, got a nice clean border, and then maybe on hover, then what I want to do is if I come over here I can do hover, and then on hover I can do bg app gray. Let's save it and see what happens. I refresh. Okay, I mean, as you can see, there's that gray kind of background. Not sure if you guys can clearly see it, but yeah, it's happening. Okay, so that's our gray background. And then what we can do is maybe on hover, we want to change maybe the text color. So what I can do is I can do hover, and then I can do text dash app dash green. Let's save it and see what happens. Let's refresh. There you go. So there you go. Now the text is basically green. So these are our two, I guess, main icons. I'm sorry, buttons. But what we need to do is, so one is join, but the other one should lead us to classes, right? So I'm going to save it, and if you look in the bottom left, you can see this one is going to join and this one is going to classes. We don't have those pages yet. If I go, it's going to do error 404 not found, which is correct. Okay, so that is that. Let's go to big screen, and this is your that. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to come over here and add the other sections. But before I do that, I see there is this kind of white space. I don't like it, so we're gonna go to our main layout, and then you see how we have this main here. What I want to do is maybe say bg dash black. There you go. So now it's gonna be nice and black, and it looks pretty darn good. Okay, so that will take care of that. Let's close it. I want to see if I can, let me come here, if I can, because I know you can do that in the Tailwind CSS 4 by you can do transparency like this. So yeah, I think, yeah, this because the background is black now, that's why you don't see it. But yeah, so I'm just gonna leave it at say 50 or something, but that'll be that. So anyway, so let's add the other sections. So the other section that we need is the features. Let me just call them out, and then you can fill them, and then one more. So this one we need is the stats, and then this one will be the membership plans. Okay, so of course it's going to be that, and then finally we need one for the footer, right? You need the footer. Cool. So do you see the animation? That's what we did that. Let me see, this animate fade in up, that's what it was for. Okay, so now that we have these, then what we can do is maybe come over here and maybe add the features, and we're just going to go one by one and add them. So for features, what we can do is maybe come over here to pages, or I don't know, Maybe what I can do is do like this. So instead of putting them in the pages, I can create a new folder. We're gonna call it shared. So this will be like shared by everyone, and then this is gonna go in the components. Move, yes. Okay, and then inside of here, I'm going to put the features dot razor, like so. And then let's come over here immediately and use it. So we can do features. Okay, so what we need to do for this is we need to bring in the shared, I guess, namespace. And I think I don't need the interactive render server, so I'm gonna save it. Okay, so we need to restart this, so I'm gonna restart it, and let's see what happens. Let's close this one. So we still don't see it, but it's there because the color. So anyway, so we're gonna go ahead into the feature and start fixing that. All right, so let's go over here and we're gonna create a section, and we're gonna give it a padding y of 16, and then bg dash app, we're gonna do dash gray, like so. So let's save it, and nothing is gonna happen. We're gonna then create a class container, and then we're gonna do mx dash auto, and then we're gonna do px dash 4, like so. Then we're gonna do the h2, and for this one I'm gonna do text dash 4xl, and then we're gonna do font dash bold, and then text dash center. All right, like that. And then margin bottom dash 12, and then text dash white. Okay, and then what do we put inside? We say y. So you can just put whatever you want. So I'm gonna save this one, and boom, there you go. Why choose gym fit? Okay, so now that we have the h2, and then what we can do is we can actually just do the word wrap, and then I can come over here and I can do create another div, and it's going to be a grid. All right, and then we're going to do md dash grid, and then it's going to be columns dash 2, and then it's going to be large grid dash columns dash 3, and then gap dash 8. All right, so let's see grid, grid columns 2, da, 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 da. Right, so what we have is then inside of this one I'm going to create another div, and then this one going to be bg dash app dash green, lots of div by the way, rounded dash xl, and then shadow dash large, and then hover, we're going to do shadow. All right, we're going to do shadow dash xl, and then we're going to transition dash all, and then we are also going to do duration of 300. It's kind of similar to what we did, I think, on the home component. And then we're going to do a transform, and then I can do hover, and then it's going to be minus translate dash y dash 2, and then padding dash 6, and then I'm going to do border, and then I'm going to do border dash gray dash 100. Oh, please tell me this will work, because I typed all this. Okay, when you yeah, okay, so these classes didn't work. I have to do them manually. Oh, VS Code. Okay, so we're gonna just do this, and yes, save it, and boom, that's what you get. Nice and cool weird button. Okay, so what do I put inside of this one? Well, I need to add an icon, and what you can do is I can do a div, and then I can do text dash center. All right, and then margin bottom dash 4. Okay, and then here I can add an icon class with FAS, and then it's going to be FA dash dumbbell. Okay, so dumbbell text dash 4xl, and then text dash wide and margin bottom dash 4. I like so. And then what do I put after this? We're gonna do h4, and what is it going to say? It's gonna say premium equipment, right? Not just some regular equipment. We're providing you premium equipment, people. All right, so I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna save it. Yeah, so the icon is not coming. We're gonna get to that. I think we have not imported the font awesome icons. But I want to do is I'm going to do text dash XL and font dash bold and then margin bottom dash 4. So that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so we need to import the font awesome. And for that, we're going to go to the app.razor, which is right here. And let's close this one. And let's see, do we have an import for that? We don't, so we should add it. So I'm going to save this one. And what do you know? Here you go. So that's that. So let's close this one and close this one. Let's just see full screen. Boom. Let's see mobile. Yes, fully responsive. Cool in it. We're going to add the nav maybe after this. Anyway, so that's that. If I hover, kind of goes up. All right, that's pretty cool. Okay, so basically we just need to repeat this, and for this one we can take this one, okay, and I can come over here and paste it, and if I save it, this is what you get. So let me, for example, that's mobile, that's desktop. Yeah, okay. So one thing I think we missed is maybe add a div after the premium equipment to kind of add like some text saying state-of-the-art fitness equipment from leading brands, I think this should have been on this one, but that's no problem. We can definitely add it here. I'm going to save it, and then I can also add one on after this one. Cool. So now that's coming. We need to, of course, change the icons, and we need to change the rest of the text. So how do we do this? So this one is done, the first one. So for the second one, what I want is a let's see, going to be FA and then FA users. Okay, let's save it. So that's what you have. We're going to do expert trainers. Expert trainers, and then for this one I have the text with me, so maybe I'll just copy it and I'm gonna bring it here. So we have expert trainers for you folks that code all day, and then they can come to the gym and build some muscles. So this is what we have. And for the third one, for this one, what I have is flexible hours. Flexible hours. And that's that. And for this one, the icon that I'm looking for is let's see, clock. There we go. So flexible hours. And then same thing, we need the text. So we are open 24/7 and all that. So let's just come over here and boom, there you go. Now if you come over here, so there you go, it's coming up nicely. And why choose gym fit? Because we have premium equipment. So I think that's working well. All right, so let's just do that. And one thing I will see if we can maybe use our shadow. If you guys remember, if I go to tailwind.css where we define our theme, then I think we have this app green shadow. Let's see if we can actually use that. So I'm going to come over here and close this one, and where we have this one, how about I do app dash green. If I save it, it's not coming. Why? Oh, sorry, I think I should do large and shadow app dash green. Yeah, like that. I'm going to save it. Okay, maybe refresh. There you go. You see the shadow? That's what I'm talking about. See our app shadow? I think that's looking good. So you can add it to the other ones if you want, but I just want to show you guys how you can add our own custom shadow. Nice and cool. Cool. So we're done with the features. So let's close that. And next is maybe the stats. So I'm going to do that. And then what I can do is under the shared, I'm going to come over here and I can say stats razor like so. And then I can do, let's say, stats. I'm not going to give this a page title because it's part of the home page. So I'm going to do stats, and then we need to bring in here. So we're going to do stats and let's save it and let's see. So it's probably here, but because maybe the color is all black, there you go. So stats is here. Cool. So we know it's coming. Alrighty. Okay, so what do we do in stats? Let's close features and let's go to stats. So the stats one is actually very simple. I'm gonna paste it here because I'm not gonna type it, but I will explain it, of course. So let me come here and do this and save it. And if you can see, basically what we have is just a all we're doing is just creating a section like how we did before, and then a text wide padding y, using a container, same thing, grids, and then we're just saying basically we have 500 plus happy customers, and then Excel programs and all that. So if I go full view, that's what we have. And let me just refresh. There, that's what I'm talking about. So we have these nice stats, and if I go mobile, that's the mobile view. We need to keep checking the mobile view just to make sure it's coming up nice. I like this, actually it's looking good. Okay, so that's our stats section. I think one thing I'm noticing is, I think why we had to do this is because I put this in shared. I don't know why. Since this is only for the home, I guess, component, we probably don't need this under the shared, right? So we could, I think, technically bring this out of shared. I'm gonna move this here, even the stats, because these are just separate components. So shared will be something like a dialog box, an alert box, things like that. Cool. So what I need to then do is I need to remove this, and I'm going to save it, and we are back in action. And I think that's why we were having that issue with these before, if you guys remember. If you don't remember, that's fine. Okay, so now we need to create that membership plan for users to be able to like sign up. So what we can do is, under the components, we can create a new component, and we're going to call it membership plans dot razor, like that. So membership plans dot razor. All right, so this is going to be a fun one. So I'm going to come to my this one, and I'm going to do membership plans, save it. Nothing's going to happen because we haven't brought anything yet, but let's get cracking. So what do we do in this one? So first, create a section, and then it's going to be padding y-16, and then bg-app-gray. Save it, and if I come here, nothing is going to happen. Okay, we have a nice error. And what happens? So if I come over here and look at the console, it crashed. Microsoft, if you're watching this, what's going on with your hot reload? It just doesn't work all the time. So let's see. Boom, there you go. So I don't know what happened. Let's come over here and do a refresh. I'm going to close this one. We don't need the fonts. And there you go. That's your membership section. So if you come here, boom, that's how it is. Cool. All right. So what do we do? Let's close this one, and then we're going to get cracking here. I'm going to do a class container, and then it's going to be mx-auto, and then it's going to be padding x-4. Save it. Nothing's going to happen, of course. So we need to create the h2, and it's going to be text-4xl, and then we need font-bold, and text-center, and then text-white, and then we need margin bottom-12. And what am I going to put inside? Well, you guessed it, membership plans. Well, not like that, but maybe like this. There we go. So nice and center, membership plans. Yeah. Okay, so now that we have that, we need to create the cards for it that users can actually just click on and pay some money. All right, so then I'm going to come over here. I'm going to do class. I'm going to create a grid, and then it's going to be medium above. It's going to be grid dash columns dash 2, 2. And then I need on large and above, I'm going to do grid dash columns dash 3, and then gap dash 8. Okay, so that's our grid for the different cards we're going to display. So you can have a membership, I guess, array that you can bring these from. But since we don't have it, we're just going to build it like this. Usually works for most of the time. Okay, then after that, I'm going to create a div. So this is where we're going to create these different cars. I'm going to build one, then we're just going to copy and paste it. So I'm going to do bg dash, it's going to be black. All right, and then I'm going to do rounded dash XL. Okay, and then shadow dash large, and then hover, I'm going to do shadow dash app dash green. So I'm not going to type all the classes because from last time it just errored out. So let's see if we have anything. Not yet, because we haven't put anything in it yet. But what I need is a transition dash all. I'm going to do a duration dash 300, and then transform transform, and then I need a hover, and I'm going to do a translate dash y. Okay, so that will be there, and let's just go to, how's that? Cool. So now I also need to do overflow hidden, just in case you know, you don't want to get those scroll bars in it. And then finally text dash white, save it, and that's that. Okay, so now that we have that, we need to give it the, I guess, kind of like the title. So for that, I'm going to do a div dash padding dash 6, and then I'm going to do text dash center, and then I'm going to do border dash bottom, and then border dash gray dash 800. All right, let's save it. Oh, there you go. And then now I'm going to create the h4, and this is going to be text dash 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 2xl, and then I'm going to do font dash bold, and then I'm going to do margin bottom dash 2. Inside of here, I'm going to do basic. So this is the basic plan, right? And then we need to put the pricing for it. So for this one, I'm going to do div dash dot. I'm going to do text dash 4xl, and then I'm going to do font dash bold, and then I'm going to do text dash, I'm going to do app dash green. All right, and like that, and then let's put 29. Whoop, dollar sign. Where's my dollar sign? I can't find it. $29. Okay, what happened? Ah, there you go, $29. That's what you're paying. And look at that shadow. How cool is that? Loving it. Okay, so we have $29, and then we need to say like per month. So we're gonna just say spend. I'm gonna do per month. Let's see how that looks. Why is it going there? Yep. Okay, but I don't like the this per month. So maybe we can do class equal to let's see, text dash large. How's that? And then also what I want to do is text dash gray dash 300 maybe, and font dash normal. Save it. See what we have. Aha, I like it. Okay, so nice big bold $29, and then per month. Okay, so then after this one, this div, what we need is let me see. And after this one, now we need to give like a list of features. Let's just see if we can format this a bit. Okay, so we need to give it kind of the list of features that this gym offers. Let me just see if we have it in the right place. So that's this div, and I think I can add it right here. And then what I want to do is padding. I'm going to do dash 6, like so. And I'm going to create an unordered list and space dash y dash 3. And then we're going to do margin bottom dash 6. Like so. Let's see what we have. Nothing. Yeah, we just got this. Okay, so what we can do is now just come over here and create the allies. It's going to be flex, and that's going to be items dash center, and that will be that. And then I need the I, and it's going to be the class of fa dash check, and then text dash green dash say 400, and then margin right dash 3. Okay, and like that, man. Save it, and let's see what we have. And we have that. So we need to close the I basically, and then we can do gym access during standard hours. Li. Oh, we already had the li. Okay, we don't need another li. Okay, cool. So there you go. So we have gym access during standard hours. So then I'm going to take this li, copy it, and we can just duplicate it. And there you go. So now if I come here, boom. So for the other ones, I think I'm going to copy and paste the text because I don't want to type it. And we're going to paste it, and boom. So gym access, basic equipment, locker room access, and free fitness assessment. How cool is that? So for $29, this is what you get. And let's see. Let's format this. I'm going to save it. Okay, so now what we need to do is we have this task of taking, I guess, this, right? This div, and let's see up to here. I'm going to copy it and I'm going to paste it. So that's that one. That's your other one. So remember, we're going to have three kind of membership plans. We're going to have basic, premium, and elite, right? So now we need to fix the other ones. So if I come over here, then I can go over. First of all, I need to organize this a little bit. Let's go over and fix the. It's kind of hard to see these, but yeah, don't worry about it. I'm gonna minimize this one. So this is the premium one. So let's fix this one. So I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna say, let's say premium. Let's see if that worked. Yep, that's the premium one. Premium is going to be how much money we put? I don't know, 59. There you go. So that's $59. And one thing you guys must have seen is that in this gym, or in these membership things, they put like this most popular kind of thing, kind of trick you that this is what people are buying. So you kind of have to like buy that one. So let's add that also. And we're going to add that right above here. Right here, we're going to add it. So we're going to create a div. Okay, and this is going to be absolute. And then what I'm going to do, top dash 0. And then what we can do is I'm going to do right dash 0, and then I'm going to do right dash 0, and then I'm going to do bg dash app dash green. Okay, and then what I can do is text dash white, and then maybe I can do text dash extra small, and then I can do font dash bold, and then padding x dash 3, and then padding y dash 1, and then rounded dash bl dash large. Okay, and this is going to be most popular. Cool. So let's see why it didn't show up. You come here, it should show up here. Oh, okay, it's there you go. That's what I was talking about, more popular. Okay, we messed up something. What did we do? Okay, why is it coming up only on hover? That's not what we want. It should come regardless. Okay, so one thing I think we made a mistake is, since this is absolute, so yeah, we need to make it absolute to something. So it's going to be relative with that, and boom, this is what you have. One thing I would like to have is that this one maybe should be a little bit bigger. So you know how like when you go on these websites, they have membership plans, so the most popular kind of like stands out. So how about we do that as well here? So that one will be on the, let's see, the most popular one, it's this one. And then I think we can do it on this div. And then what I can do is maybe let me see, so we have transformed. So what I can do is I can say scale. Okay, and how about 105? And let's see if that will actually work. So if we come here, do a refresh, boom, that's what I was talking about. See how it's kind of like bigger, so it kind of like stands out. And yeah, I think I like it. Okay, so this is your that. One thing you could also do is maybe, since you want people to buy this one, so Maybe we can come here and we can also do border app dash green, right? And let's see if we come here. Oh, I think we need to, yeah, we gave it the border, but we need to specify how big the border should be. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do border dash 2, save it. Border dash 2, save it. Maybe not. How about border dash 3? I think this one, border 3, should be on this one. That's what I'm talking about. I think that's a little bit too strong. Maybe we can just do like 2, and there you go. So if I go desktop, boom, there you go. So now you have beautiful membership plans. There's one thing missing is we need a button. That one we press will take the user to the payment page. So we need that, and we need to fix the elite one. Currently the elite one is also missing some stuff. Anyway, so we're going to come over. So we're done with the premium one. Let's come over here to the elite, and we're going to do elite. Let's save it, and boom, that's elite. Elite is, let's say, $99. AI is telling us make it 99. So you know what will make you happy. And then for the allies, we're going to basically just take whatever we have here to here, and we're gonna paste this, save it, and basically everything in premium, but unlimited personal training and da 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 da. And then also for the, let's see, for the, I'm gonna minimize this. For this one, which is the premium one, we should, I think, also change this one. Let's save it. So 24/7 access, da, 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 guest access, you get it. Anyway, so now we need to add a link to where users can click and they will be directed to the payment page. So let's minimize this one, and I'm going to go to the first one. We're going to do it on 1, and we're just going to then repeat it. So for this one, we are going to come after the UL, I think, and this is where we can add the button. So it's going to be an anchor tag. We're going to do an href, okay, and then this is going to be payment, and then we're going to do basic. So what we're saying is go to the payment page with the basic kind of text, or the in the URL we're kind of putting this so we know which plan it is. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so it is basically AI is helping us. Let's see if this will actually work. Okay, that's not bad actually. It was smart enough to choose the colors for us, but I think instead of join now, I might want to say choose plan. So that makes more sense, right? So choose plan. Cool. So then I'm going to copy this URL, and I'm going to go to the next one, and after the UL, we're going to do this one, and for this one I'm going to do premium. This will be important because when we store this in the database, we need to update the user's profile. Okay, what's going on here? I already have everything. Why is it, if I save it, like, I don't get it. Okay, cool. So that's that. And if you look on the bottom left, you can see the URLs are changing. So that's what we want. And finally, I'm going to come over to this UL, and I'm going to paste this here, and then same thing, choose plan, but instead of the basic, we're going to do elite, team elite. Okay, so let's save it, and boom, there you go. So let's go full screen desktop. So that's what we have, looking pretty good. Choose plan, choose plan. And if I go mobile view, then we see this. I think it's looking good. I'm liking this. Cool. So that's our membership. Now finally, we're going to take care of the footer. And for footer, what I can do is I'm just going to come over here, and we're going to do footer.razor. Okay, so let's get rid of that, and let's go over to footer. So actually this is the footer won't be here. Sorry, that's a mistake. If I put the footer on the home page, it will only show on the home page. We need a separate place for the footer. But instead, what we need on the home page here, this should be CTA, call to action, because after, let's say they have read everything and they come here, we want them to get sign up, I guess. So what we need is, instead of this one, I'm going to create a new component and I'm going to call it cta.razor, like so. And then in here, I'm going to just paste the code because it's very simple. What happened? I don't know. No, I don't want to do that. I want to paste this one. I'm going to save it, and basically let me do this one. And for this one, all you have is ready to start your fitness journey. Just another same thing, basically a section with a container, and then all the join now and all that. So let's save it, and then let's come back here, and I'm going to do CTA, not cascade. Okay, so that, let's save it and see what we have. There you go. So that's what it is. And if I hover my mouse, we're getting this yellow. I mean, I think we should be consistent with our, maybe we can do like, I don't know, green. How's that? And then I can do gym bg app dash green. Let's see what we have. We have this. It should be, why is it doing dark? I don't get it. Sometimes AI just wants to do its own thing, but that's fine. So there you go. So this is your footer now. I mean, call to action. Nice and big. So we have that. You know what? Let's finish the footer and let's add that so we can complete this one, and then we can add the nav bar. So I'm going to close this one, and here's the footer. So the footer is going to go under the, let's see, I think we should put the footer here, right? So we have the nav, and then we need the footer. So we can come over here and, it kind of hurt me. So I can do footer. Let's save it. And nothing's going to happen because we don't have anything in the footer. Let's close this one, and let's close this one. And we can get cracking at the footer. So I'm going to do the footer tag. And for this one, I'm going to give it a class name of bg-app-gray. And then I'm going to do text dash white, and then I'm going to do padding y dash 12, and then I'm going to do a margin top of auto. I think I'm going to turn off this AI because it's really bugging me. I know it's helpful, but not all the time. Okay, cool. So I have the footer, and let's see if anything happened. Well, nothing's going to happen because we have nothing in it. So I'm going to create a div, and we're going to do container, and then I'm going to do mx-auto, and then padding x-4, like so. Let's save it. And okay, something happened. I just don't know what happened. The why is there this white bar? Is the footer like coming after the thing? I'm not understanding. I think we might have a mistake. So I'm going to close the home. If you go to main layout, it's the problem here, I think. Class page, I think this is the problem. Yes, this shouldn't be page, because this should be minimum dash h dash screen, and then flex, and we're just going to do with flex dash column. So let's save it. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. So now let's take a look. Yes, there's the footer coming. Very, very nice. Okay, so let's take this, and we're done with this. So let's continue with the footer. I'm going to close this. Okay, so in here, then what we can do is, what happened to my thing? Okay, so what we can do is do a text as center. And then what I can do is I can do a div dot margin bottom dash 8 h3 dot text dash 3 xl text dash gym, not gym, app dash green, and then margin bottom dash 3, and then font dash b. Well, we already have that Vietnam. We don't need to worry about that. And we're going to do font dash bold. All right. And then for here, I'm going to do an icon class will be, let's say, FAS, FA dash dump Well, kind of what we're going to have in the nav bar, margin right dash 3, and fit, what did we call it? Gym fit. Oh, jump there. Gym fit. Okay. So that's that. So let's save it and see what we have. Yes, gym fit. There you go. We're gym fit. Okay. So then once I have that, and then I can come over here and then I can do a p tag, and then I'm just going to add the transform your body, the tagline that's going to basically force people to join us. So I'm going to add that here, and of course we need to beautify it. Let me just do the word wrap quickly like that. Okay, so we need to give it a class, and it's going to be text dash XL, and then we need text dash gray dash, I'm going to do 300, max dash width dash 2 XL, and MX dash auto. Okay, save it. Let's see what we cooked. This is what we cooked, right? Pretty cool. Let's make sure it's correct. Yes, transform your body, da da da. Okay, so then after that, the div, we, damn, social links we need to add. So for social links, honestly, I don't feel like typing these, but we can just copy them. This is like for Facebook, social media, all that. Let's save it, and there. So basically all I'm doing is just adding the anchor tags. I mean, in a real gym app, you're going to link them to your profile pages for Facebook and all, but all I'm doing is just adding the H and then the icon for Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube, and that's what's coming here. Pretty nice, isn't it? Okay, so these are our social links. Let's minimize that, and then we can come over here after that and add the contact info. So for contact info, again, I'm not typing it. It's just the phone number, the address, and all that. So I'm going to save it, and that's what's happening if I refresh, and boom. But idea is basically same thing. We have a grid. We did that before a couple of times, and then a icon, and then we have the H4, which is the I guess the address, the location, and then we have the phone number, and then the hours. So that's that. And finally, we're going to add the copyright info. And so let's see. So this is the contact. I'm going to copy this one, and I can come over here, and we're going to do copyright. Okay, and for this one, all you do is just do a class border dash T top, and then I'm going to do border dash gray dash 600 and padding top dash 6. Okay, and then I'm going to do a p tag and text dash gray dash 400. Okay, and then inside of here we're going to do that, and copy, we're going to do 2025. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, it looks like that. We're going to do fit, what is it, gym fit, so something like that, some kind of garbage like that. But transition all, wait, wow, that's not what I wanted. Okay, so finally we got it. Okay, so here is the home page, and it's done, right? So our home page is done, and now we can go on to maybe adding the nav bar. Okay, now let's see how we can use AI, because there's no denial. We have to all use AI, so we might as well be using it to see how we can replace the background. So if I look at the background right now, it's pretty, I guess, boring. So let's see how we can maybe add a gym image, nice background. So, and then with the gradient and all. So let's see how that can be done quickly with AI. So I'm using Amazon Q. You can use any AI. So I'm going to open the home page, because that's where it's going to build the context from. And then I'm going to do something like this. Add a background image to the hero section with a gradient that goes from, actually just say, just add a gradient. That's it, right? use this image. So I went to basically Unsplash, and I grabbed a photo, and I'm going to use that. So let's see how it can help us with that task. So it's going to go to town, and basically that's how quickly it added that for us. So it added the background image. You can see style, right? And then let's see if it added the gradient to it. From black via black, there you go, to black. So that's how it added the gradient. So if I are going to save it, but if I come here, you can take a look, and you can see that it was actually pretty quickly able to add an image for us. So I mean, if let's see if we can now it's even mobile friendly. So maybe you can come in and say, can you change the gradient to match the app theme. We are using green and black as our theme colors. So let's see now if it can change the gradient for us to this one. And let's see. Okay, we're just gonna wait for it to kick in. Wow, there you go. So as you can see, it did it here. So if I come here, now we have the gradient that matches our theme. How cool is that? I think that's pretty cool. I'm liking this. Actually, I had a different image in mind. I don't know why it chose this image, but let me see, where's the other image. So let me see if I can come over here, and I can do, let's say, share copy link. Let's see if it will add this one. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to. We can just come over here, and if I do this, if I save it, go back, and I don't know why. Okay, so this one's probably not free. I think that's probably what it is. So that's another thing of this AI. It was able to like get me a free image. How cool is that? I'm loving this. I'm gonna undo, save it, and boom, we got that free image. So okay, so now we can move on and create the let's see, the nav bar. So I'm going to close this one, and then we are going to come over here, and then we have this nav bar, and we can actually change this one. So what I think I will do is, this is the nav bar, remember, that we had at the beginning of the project. So we don't need this code, and we can start fresh. Let me refresh this, make sure this one is okay. Yep. Okay, so what we can do is we can create a nav. I think I'm going to close this one, and then the class for this one, I'm going to give it a class of, let's say, padding y dash 4, and then we are going to do padding x of 6. Okay, and let's save this one. So that's our nav bar. Okay, and I'm going to close this one so we don't get any errors. And then what I will do is, inside of this one, I'll create a div. It's going to be a class of container, and then we are going to do mx dash auto, and then I'm going to do justify. Actually, I should do flex, and then I'm going to do justify between, like that, and then items dash center, like so. So let's save this one. Nothing is going to happen because we haven't added anything yet. And then what I want to do is, I'm going to basically accept this one, but we need to, of course, close this one. So that'll be that, and then I'm going to come over here, and then in this one, what I will do is, I'm going to do text dash white. All right, and then text dash 2xl, and then we're going to do font dash bold, and then we're going to do on hover, and let's do text dash app dash green, like so, and then we are going to do transition colors. Okay, let's bring this over on the next line so we can see what's going on. And then also, since this is going to be the kind of logo, so what we can do is, we're going to do href, not on this one. I think what we can do is, actually this one should have been a nav link, right? because we want this to be a clickable link. So I'm going to do nav link, and then we're going to do nav link. Okay, let's save it and see what we get. So far there's nothing because we haven't put anything in it. So then what I can do is, excuse me, I can come here, and then on this one, I'm going to add the href. And it's going to go to the home, I guess, home page, and then match. I'm going to do nav link match dot all. Okay, so we're going to do that, and then what we can do is inside of it, we're going to create the I, and class will be FA. We're going to do dumbbell. Okay, like so, and then we're going to do text dash white, and then we're going to do in here, we're going to do gym. I don't know what did we put in the, let's see, what did we put here? We said gym fit. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing. We are going to do, after this one, I'm going to do gym fit, like that. So let's just save it and see what happens. Let's refresh. There you go. So that's our thing. I think we're gonna need to change the, we're gonna have to change the background, but we can change that. So this is your gym fit. I think maybe, okay, so one thing I think we should do maybe is we can either come over here, and then I can do, for example, BG black, and I'm gonna save it. So this is your, it comes like that. But if you want, you can also make it kind of come over on top of the image. So whatever design, I mean, if you want to do that, then what you can do is like this. Let's say I'm going to do BG transparent. Okay, so that makes it transparent. And then if you want to shove this up, so what we have to do is we have to do absolute. Okay, and then we need to do sz of, let's say, 10. Okay, so if I do that, then as you can see, now it's coming like that. And the other thing I'm going to change is, let's say, make this 16. So if I refresh, then there you go. So now if I come here, then it's on top of the image. I think that looks nice. Maybe one thing we can do is increase that and maybe make it double. Save this one, and if we come here, then boom, it's kind of nice. There's a nice gap. Okay, so that's that. I think what we should do is also for this one, I'm going to do margin right -3, so that it's not very close to the thing. As you can see, that's going to the home screen. Okay, so that's our logo, and what we need to do is we need to also add a button for mobile view. So what I can do, I can create a div. It's going to be hidden, and then large and above is going to be block, like that. So we're just going to leave that, and then over here we're going to add a button. Okay, and then it's going to be large and above hidden. All right, and then text dash app dash green, our standard color, and then focus, and then it's going to be outline, and we're going to do none, like that. And then focus, we are going to do text dash app dash green, like that. So this one, I'm going to make it a type of button, like that. And then inside of this one, what do we put? Well, it's going to be the, for mobile view, that navigation, the hamburger icon. So it's going to be I class, and it's going to be like that. So let's save it, and let's see. So here to go, it's coming up here. And then I think we should give an area or aria label. So for that one, what we can do is I can say aria label, and then we're going to call it toggle navigation button. Okay, so for screen readers, I guess. Okay, so if I go to large screens, then see it's hidden, but as we go mobile and below, then it's visible. So that's gonna do our mobile navigation when we build it. One thing I see is it's very close to the, I guess, the what do you call it? Our logo. So maybe we can add a class to fix that. And I think what we can do for this one is maybe I can do margin left -3, and if I come over here and do a refresh, margin left, let's see. So if I come over here, boom, that looks nice. Okay, so that's our button. Let's bring this here, and then we can bring this over here. You can see them. Okay, so we need to add some code that we can then use for navigation toggle and all. First thing we need to do is, before we forget, we need to add the interactive server. So this is so that we can handle the click events when someone clicks on this button. So that's what we're going to add, the interactive server. And then what we need to also do is we need to inject. We're going to inject service, going to be navigation manager. All right, and it's going to be navigation manager. So this is what we're going to use for navigation when we click the different links, like so. All right, so what do we put inside the code? So one thing we can do is we're going to create a something to detect the mouse. I guess sorry, not the menu. When somebody clicks on the menu, right? We're going to do private bool, and we're going to do is menu open. So initially it's false, right? The menu is not open. And then we need a function. So we're going to private void. We're going to do toggle menu. So it's going to be just menu is equal not menu. So that's all it does. I mean, you could simplify this, and you could even do like this. And I can bring this here. And then I can even get rid of this one. So I'm going to save that. And then what we can do is also add a private string. So this is when we do the authentication. So I just want to put it so we have it. And then also we're going to do private string, and then we're going to do user initials. Okay, so when we do auth, you guys will see this in action. Okay, so then with that done, I am going to come over here, and we can hook this up to this button. So for example, I can do on click. Okay, we can do basically toggle menu. That's all we need to do. So it's going to toggle the menu for us. Nothing's going to happen yet. Once we implement it, then we will see it. Okay, so let's come over here, and I guess we can take care of the mobile menu first. So what I can do is I can come over here. This is this guy right here. And then right after this one is we can do something like this. So you can just put the C# code right here, and I'm going to do is menu open. So this is for mobile view, I guess. Else we can do the other one, right? Actually, we don't need else. We're just going to do like that. So we can also use the Tailwind classes to hide the menu. Anyways, so what we're trying to say is if the mobile view, if the menu button is clicked, then what we want to do is we're going to create a div. Okay, if this thing will let me. Maybe let me just bring this over here. Okay, so what we can do is we can create a div. Okay, and we're going to give it a class, and then it's going to be fixed inset dash 0, and then we're going to do z dash 40. I want this to be top of everything, and large and above we're going to do a hidden. Okay, so that's the first one. I'm going to save it, and then you see we have this thing coming. So I don't know if I should accept it, but maybe I shouldn't. So first we need to create an overlay, and then for that one I can do a class, and the class for this one will be let's say fixed inset dash 0, and then I'm going to do let's see bg dash black, and then I'm going to go with an opacity of 70%, and then I'm going to do transition, let's say opacity, and then duration of let's say 300. Okay, and then I'm going to close this one, but if you click on the, let's say on the what do you call it, this overlay, we want to toggle the menu. So I'm going to do toggle menu. Okay, so let's save it, and if we do refresh, well, nothing is happening because we need to click the button. We are clicking the button. Let's just make sure there's no errors. Maybe one thing we can do is, so I think I am going to come here, and let me come over here, and what I can do is I can do a console dot write line, right? So just like how you can do in JavaScript, you do console log or something. This is what we can do here. And I'm going to toggle menu, and I'm going to do paste this here. I'm going to save this and see when I hit this. Okay, so I had to restart the app, and now when I click the toggle, as you can see, it's coming. When I click, it goes away. So that is working really well. As you can see, that's coming nice. One thing that's happening is let me see, maybe I can make this like 90 or something. Let's see. Yeah, that thing should be on top of everything. So maybe we can just do 900. Let's see. Okay, I don't know. Why is it not? Why is this one not going away? The transform your body. It should go on top of that actually. Let's see what's the highest number we have with Z index. So if we look here, I guess the highest is 50. So if I save it, if I come here, okay. You know what, that's fine. The menu is going to come on top of it. That's fine. We're okay with this for now. We're going to fix it. Anyway, so let's see. Let's come over here, and then so this is working, and now we can add the menu that's going to come over from the left side. So for that, we're going to come over here, and for the sidebar, I'm going to do an aside, and then we're going to give it a class. Okay, and class of this will be, let's go with this, and then I'm going to close the aside. Okay, like that, and let me save it. So if I hit this, it's coming kind of like all over the place. So what we can do is we need to come over here and we need to add some stuff to it. So I know AI added stuff, but honestly, that's not what I want. Okay, so the only thing I want is fixed. Okay, so I want inset dash, I need left dash 0, and then I need height dash full, and also we need top. Okay, I need to escape this because damn. Okay, I need top dash 0, and then I'm gonna just go with that. Okay, don't need that. So if I hit it, boom, there you go. So this is your menu. That's coming up nicely. So I think we still have an issue with this guy. Yeah, that's not, I don't like this. That's not right. And then the other thing is, maybe can I do 70? Yeah, so that's fine. But I don't like how the transform your body is kind of here. I think we need to have it. Yeah, we need to, I think when we added the background, I think we changed maybe something there. So let's go over to home, and I'm going to close that, and let's do, is it this one? Maybe this one. So if I save it, yes, that's better. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. So it was the Z. Remember, we used AI to add this background. I think that's what happened. Anyway, so now it's better. So now if we come here, yes, now is our menu. Cool. Okay, so for this one, I think maybe we can just do bg dash. Let's say if I do app gray, how's that? If I bring this up, yeah, it's kind of darker. I don't know. Just gonna play around with that. Anyways, I'm gonna stick with that. And then what we can do is we can start adding stuff to this one. Okay, I see that it has a shadow, but I think the shadow, maybe what we can do is for that one, we can specify the color. So I'm gonna do, let's see, shadow dash app dash green. Let's see if this will work. And I'm gonna get rid of this one. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. So now if I come here, boom, you got your nice shadow, and I think that's looking cool. I think we might even darken the background a little bit more. How about 40? Whoops, the other way. Yes, cool. It's kind of giving that modern look, and I like that shadow. Cool. So now let's close this one, and then I can come over here. So for this one, I'm going to add the, I think the menu button, and this will be used for closing the, so I don't need this one. I don't know why it got added, but I'm going to add a button. that we can use for closing the menu. So basically I need to take this and just organize it. I'm going to save it. So what this is basically an absolute, top 4, right 4, and text white. Okay, so there's one problem. I think we need to make this relative, and let's see. Oh, sorry, we already have fixed. We can't do that. So we can't do that. So I'm gonna say, oh, I'm gonna save this one. There you go. So when I save it now, it's coming. So when I hit it, boom, there you go. So that's working. I think one thing we can do is maybe to this one, I can add that same cursor pointer. Okay, let's test this out. So if I come here, boom, I like it. And maybe also hover. I can do app. Let's see. PG, maybe app green. Let's save it and see what happens. Yes, okay, and then you can do maybe padding -4. I want to save it. And if we come here, boom, that's nice. Okay, maybe, you can just play around with this. Okay, so this is the button for toggling the menu, but we're still missing the menu item. So we need to add those menu items. So for that one, we're going to create a div. It's going to be flex, and then it's going to be flex dash column, and then we're going to give space dash y dash 6, and then padding dash 8, and then text dash white. Okay, let's save it. And then inside of here, I'm going to add the different li items. And the first li item I'm going to add is the, let's see, the nav link. So let's just save it and see what happens. Okay, so it's the home, which is correct, but I don't like this dot here. So I don't know why it added the dot. Is that because we're missing some class? That's because we, no, it's not about some class. It's because we, instead of this should be UL, sorry, unordered list. I'm gonna save it and boom, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, I think maybe I can do padding top dash 12 just to push a little bit. Boom, so that's, I mean, or maybe 32, I don't know. Just gonna play around with this. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, so this is our home first navigation, and then we can add the other one. So I'm going to copy this one, and then we can paste it, paste it. I don't know how many we need, but we're just going to add them. Okay, so the other one we need is for classes. So here's home, here is classes. Okay, classes, and then the other one we need is book class. Book class. Okay, like that, and I think they should have their own icons. So I think what I will do is I'm going to copy from my notes. I'm going to copy, and then here, because they're the same thing, I don't want to just keep typing them, so I'm going to save it and boom. So we have the home. Whoop, go to home, and then we have the classes and that. I think one thing we should do is how we have the, let's organize this a bit. So I'm going to take this L and then this one, and I can just format it so like that. And then if we save it, and then if we hover, why is hovering not working? There you go. So now it's working. It's only, let's see. So I need to add it to the other ones. So I'm going to add it. Okay, so that's the problem. I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do this. Let's save it. And if we come here, boom, boom, boom. Okay, you can add the icons if you want, but we're just gonna, I'm not going to add it here. Okay, then also I'm going to add one for the user to log in. So I'm going to add one here. I'm going to save it. So this is what user can use to basically come here and log in. So let's hit tab and let AI fix that for us. And that's your login. And then let's come over here and do this, save it. Now we need to add one for the user to be able to join the club, right? So I want to have this as a separate kind of button. So what I mean is basically it's going to stand out a little bit. Okay, so it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be a nav link, and we're going to add a class. Oh, it's going to be a class, and then what we can do is bg app dash green. Okay, and then what I will do is I'm going to do John now. Okay, so right now it's going to look like this, but we're going to make it really fancy. Okay, so you want this to stand out. So what I will do is, I don't need to text white because we already have that, but I want to do font bold. Okay, so it's nice and bold, and then I can do rounded dash full. So that will make us that. And then I want to do padding X dash 4, padding Y dash 2. Beautiful. And then what I want to do is I'm going to do shadow dash app dash green. There you go. So that's a nice shadow. And then on hover, what I want to do is I'm going to do bg dash green, bg dash green dash about 500. How about 600 actually? Just make it a little bit darker. Yeah, it's going to work. So if I hover, okay, we should also do the cursor pointer. Mean. Save it, and let's see what we get. Okay, maybe we need to refresh. Boom, there you go. So that's that. And then what I also need to do is maybe transition colors. I'm going to do transition colors, and then I'm going to go duration with 200. Let's do that. And I'm also going to add the href to register or join. Right, so when we click it, it's going to go to the join. There you go. So as you can see, the color is changing, and it's got a nice, it's different in your button. So that's what we want. Finally, I'll add one more link to this for admin management. And this is basically when we want to go to the admin panel and we want to say, I don't know, let's see. I think for this one, I'm just not going to add any classes. Right, so let's just do that. Let's see if it's going to help me with the classes. Yeah, okay, so let's see. Okay, there you go. So this one, we will use it when we want to add classes or instructors. So we're going to use it for that. Okay, so this is your mobile menu, and it's working. Of course, we need to, when we add these pages, we're going to be hooking it up. But for now, I don't know if this, let's see, can we maybe make this for, whoop, that's padding, sorry. So padding is fine. Maybe, you know what, just leave it for now. We're just going to leave it. So now we need to add the menu. We can close it. We need to add one for this one, right, for desktop. So this one is mobile menu. So let's minimize that. Actually, we can do this. And then we can actually, let's see, we can come after this one and add the menu for the desktop. Okay, so how do we do that? So for this one, we are going to add a div and we're going to give it a class. And then this one will be basically hidden. Okay, so within this, what we can do is we can create the, actually this should be UL because we are creating that list again. And then UL, and let me save it. And then I can create the LI. And then within this, I'm going to create a nav link. Okay, I'm going to give it a class, not active class, but a class. Okay, on hover, what I want to do is I want to do text dash app dash green, and then I want to do transition colors, and then I want to do a duration of say 300. And then once we have that, then we can give it the href. And for this one, the href will be say this one, the home. And then we're gonna do match, and match what? We're gonna do nav link dot match all, nav link link match dot all, like that. Okay, so that will be that. And this one I'm gonna say home. Let's save it and see what kind of thing happened. Okay, so for some reason the home is coming here. Actually, it should not. So why is this not coming the way it should be? Okay, so one of the issue we're having is the, as you can see, the If I come over here, I have see the MX Auto Flex Justify Between and all that. But the problem is that this should be actually here, and so is the home. It should also be here, right? So that's how they should be spaced apart. But because of this absolute, I think that's causing the issue. If I remove it, then as you can see, everything is working really well. But what we want to do is we want to keep that the transparency and all. So you know what, let's use AI. So what we can do is um, I want to have a justify. I want to have the logo on the left side and the menu items on the right side and with current setup, it's not happening. Okay, so let's see if AI can figure this out and help us with this. So it's already saying, I can see your issue is missing the desktop menu items on the right side. Currently, you only have one home link. Okay, now that's fine. So it added that. So if I come over here, okay, so it's that, but I can say that the desktop menu items are still to the left and very close to the let's see logo. Okay, let's see. I see the issue. The problem is that there's an empty between the logo and the hamburger. Okay, let's see. I mean, that still didn't fix the issue. It still can figure it out. Let's see. Is the issue the absolute absolute class on the main nav? Let's see if it can figure this out. Yes, this could be part of the absolute position on the raw. Okay, and there's only one. Okay, so it's still not able to fix it. So this is the beauty of working with AI, by the way. It won't always work. Okay, so let's see. The menu items for desktop are still not on the right side of the screen. Okay, so let's see if it's going to try to fix this for us. So it's trying to remove the MX Auto and all, and let's see if that will fix our issue. But no, it's still not able to fix it. So as you can see, working with AI is not always the best thing, because here's the problem. When I remove it, and as you can see, all my problems go away. It actually is much better. Okay, so how about we ask it the other way around? How can I have the menu bar on top of the hero section? So what you can do is you can also add a reference. So in this point, I'm going to hit the at, and I'm going to do home. So it's gonna, I want it to reference because the hero section is in that one. So that's what we're going to do it like that. We need to add that so it can reference the hero section and see if it needs to change anything. And let's see. You need to add absolutely back to the nav, increase the Z index of the hero. It's kind of like going in circles with this thing. Okay, there you go. It actually worked this time. So I don't know what I'm very curious, like what the problem was. What did it do? If I come here, it added the absolute back because I removed that. It added that back, and it added the Z index, and it added the width dash full. Okay, so that's what we were missing. We needed to add the width dash full. Okay, and then what did it do in the home? It basically just okay, it added the 10 back. I don't know why. I don't want that. Anyways, I'm going to leave that because okay, that's fine. Anyway, so I hope you guys understand, like, using AI can be fun, but it can be challenging at the same time. So I just want to give you guys a demo, but it can solve your issue eventually with the prompting. So I think this was our issue with dash full. If I remove this one, there you go. So now, because we are doing the justify between the flex and all, so that's why it wasn't spreading, I guess. So pretty cool actually. We fixed it with AI. Okay, so if I come over here, boom. So this is our now exactly what I wanted. We have the nice menu items, and AI helped us to add those also and add the correct links, which is pretty cool, and admin. So now we need to add those pages, and then we can, when we click, it's going to get there. And then this is the mobile view, and it is looking beautiful. So I think that will be it for navigation, and let's move on to the next phase. All right, so now we are going to add a user service that then we can use to add a user and update a user. So we are gonna go over to, let's see, do we have a services folder? So let's minimize all that. It looks like we don't have a services folder, so we're gonna create a new folder and we are going to call it services. Okay, and in this one, I'm going to create a user service. .cs like that. All right, so what one thing we can do is we are gonna bring it the declare the namespace, and then this one's going to be gym app yt dot, and we're gonna say services. Right, so by doing that, then we can use it in other parts of the app, and then we are going to create the class, and it's going to be user service like that. Okay, I don't know what happened. Okay, so this is our service class. We're going to create the constructor, so you can do CTOR, and that's a shortcut for creating a constructor. And what it's going to take is the app db context, and it's going to be db context. And then what we will do in this one is get rid of this one, is basically I'm going to take this one and then you can put it here. So what I will do is I'm going to create a private read only. So what we can do is we can come over here, we can do read. Idea is the db context is going to be injected into this one, and then we can use it to update the basically user, add a user, things like that. So that's what we're going to make it read only, and it's going to be app db context, that's the type. And then the other thing I will do is, since this is internal to us, I'm just going to make it like this, db context, so db. And then here what you do is you're just going to do db is equal to db context. So now we can have access to all the db methods. Okay, so we can use, I guess, AI at this point. And then we can come over here and let's see. So what I can say is, can you add a add, and for the model is here. So we're going to give him the context for the user model, which is here, so it can know like what field it is. So basically what we're saying is, can you add an add user method to this class? So let's see if it's smart enough to figure this out and add a method for us called add user. And remember, it has to be asynchronous, and okay, not bad. So basically what it did is, the only thing it's wrong is, remember, we call this members. So if you guys remember in the db context, if I go to data app db context, it was called members, right? So that's the only mistake it made. I think we should have given it the context to app db context, then it would have known. Anyway, so I think that's pretty good. One thing I would do is no, I think that's good enough. Let's see, so I'm going to save this one. So now we can add a user, and then the other thing we can do is we can add a method to, so another way of working with AI is you can do like this. You can say check if user exists by checking email, right? So let's see if it can do that for us. Boom. So it's going to go ahead and see, this time it's smart enough to figure out that it's members, and it's going to do the any, and then we can do actually like this, asynchronously. So let's see if it can now give us the async one. So I'm going to get rid of this one. We don't need this one. But now, as you can see, it's doing a task and we are getting this any async. We might be missing some sort of yeah, the entity core framework. So as you can see, we can quickly create this method. Pretty sweet, I would say. And it is correct. We are going to the members and checking if the email exists. Okay, and then one we another one we need is we can do, for example, add and update user method. All right, so now we're just going to add a method to update a user, and let's see if it can add that one for us. One of the things we haven't done is, so yeah, it's going to keep erroring out if you have not saved your file. So let me save the file and let's see, try this again to see if it will be able to now add. Boom, there you go. So now it kind of added in the wrong place, so you got to be careful with that. We need to bring it inside the class, and I'm going to save it. So as you can see, it is an async update user. I think we should call it a async because that makes more sense. And then we can do db.members.update and things like that. So I think maybe we can do something like this: check if the user exists, right? So you want to make sure the user exists, and it's read the comment and it's going to basically figure that out. And if user is null, then as you can see, it's going to throw an exception. Otherwise, it's going to go and update the user. So I think that is really nice. Yeah, I don't know if we need to do the explicit um, things like how it was doing, but that's good enough. Anyways, so let's see. So add user async, maybe I'm gonna call it that. Just in case you add a method that's like the sync non-async, then you can just say add user. But now we know we're calling an add user method. Cool. So now that we have that, one thing we can do is, remember when a user buys a membership, so we want to update the method to update a user membership plan, right? So let's see if it can help us. So we're passing the user ID and the membership plan. Yeah, that's correct. And then basically all it's going to do is find the user first, which is the correct thing to do. And if user is null, then we'll throw that exception. Otherwise, basically is doing that for us, and boom, done. Okay, so there's a couple of things here. This is not a string, it's the membership type. So it's going to be this one. And then we're just going to do membership plan and see now it's correct. So because this was the membership type, and it's going to basically go ahead and update the user, and that's it. Or I mean, yeah, that's it. We're just going to update the user. So this is how quickly you can create a user service in basically using AI. Okay, now we're going to add the auth service that we are going to use for logging in the user and all that good stuff. So let's come over here to user service, and I'm going to create a new class, and we're going to call it auth service.cs, like that. And then I'm going to close this one. So let's create the class. So it's going to be a public class auth service, like so. And then of course we're going to do the constructor. All right, and then what are we passing to this one? App db context. Okay, and it's going to be the db context. Okay, and so we should create a read only private. So we're going to do private, we're going to do read only, and then this is going to be of type app db context, and it's going to be underscore db. Then right away we can come over here and we're going to do underscore db is equal to db context. So now we have access to the database context, so we can find things. Now one of the other thing we also need is a static member, so we are going to do private, and you will see why we need it, static. Okay, and then this is going to be the user model. Okay, and we're gonna make it optional, and it's going to be current user. So this is, let's say a user logs in, we're going to save that user in this variable, and this is nullable because, well, what if you don't find it? So it's going to be null. Okay, so it's going to have pretty simple methods, a login and logout. So I'm going to add a public async task. All right, and then it's going to return a result of bool, and it's going to be login async. That's the method. Okay, and we're going to pass in the email and the password, right? So we're using the email and password as the login, you can say, methods. So for this one, if let's make a check, if string dot is null or empty or white space, you can do like that, and it's going to be email, or same thing, string dot is null or white space, then basically the password. So what we do, we return false, right? So basically, something's wrong. Then the other thing is also the default is also return false, just to make that guy happy. Now, if those are filled in, then what we can do is find the user first. User is equal to await, and then what we do is we're going to go into DB members. Remember, that's our table. We're going to do first, okay, or default async. So there's an async method, and in the users, and we're going to do user dot email is equal to email, and user dot password is equal to password, right? So what we're saying is go into the members table, and for every user, basically, we're going to see if we can find a user by this email and password. Okay, if user does not equal to null, if we found a user, then what we do is we're going to do current user is equal to, sorry, it's not double equal, it's that. So current user is then equal to user. So that means we found a user, we're going to return true, right? So that means now you're successfully logged in, and that's the end of it. Okay, and then we need one method for logout. So we're going to do public task, and this is very easy. We're going to do logout async. Okay, and this one, all we do is we just take the current user, set him to null, and basically just return task dot, we're going to do complete task, right? So in case somebody's waiting, you want to just basically, it's like a promise, you want to say, the promise has been resolved. And then finally, what we need to do is we need to basically have a method like get current user, so that can be used by, say, the nav menu and all that. Okay, so we're going to do public task. Okay, and it's going to be of type user model. We want to return the whole user object, and of course going to be optional. And then we can do get current user, right, async. Okay, and then you can do task dot, and you want to do from result, and the result is current user. Okay, so from result is generic, as you can see. So that's why we have to specify the type here, right, for the task also. And then finally we can add a method, like a convenience kind of method. It's going to be is logged in, and then that equates to, well, basically, if you have current user is not equal to null, right? If the current user is not equal to null, that means, well, you're logged in, basically. So that's that. Okay, so I would also like to add a way for us to see if the user is active, and to do that we can do public bool, and we're going to do is active. All right, and then we can do current user dot is active, otherwise false. Let's remember, this is if you come here, we add this question mark, basically what means it could be null. So that's why we need to do it this way. So we're saying if it's active, basically return that, otherwise it's going to return false. I'm going to save it. So now we're ready to use these methods for logging in user and user registration. Okay, so now we're gonna start working on the join page. So under the pages, I've created this join.razor file component, and this is what the user will use to basically sign up. So if I come over here to our app, and if I basically hit join now, then it will land me on the join page, and you can see that text, but as you can see, yeah, here at the top, join us, so it's right here. Okay, so that's our page title. So I'm going to create a div, and it's going to be flex items dash center, and it's going to be justify center and padding y dash 16, like that. One thing I will do to this one is I'm just going to add maybe a minimum height of, say, 70 view height. like so. So that will be that. And then what I want to do is I'm going to create another div, and this one will be width dash full, and then max dash width dash md. Okay, and then bg dash white, and then rounded dash lg large, and shadow dash, we'll do lg padding. Okay, I for some reason hit the enter key, but it's going to be padding dash 8, like that. So nothing is going to happen at this point, well, I mean, except for this. But maybe let's just put things here. I'm going to minimize this. Okay, we need to give it the h1, so I'm going to do h1, and it's going to be text dash 4 XL, and then I'm going to do font dash bold, and then margin bottom dash 6, and text dash center, and then we're going to do join us. So that's what I'm talking about. So here you have your join us form, and right now it's not in the center, so something is not right, and that's because of this one. So there you go. So now if I come here, nice. Okay, so we have join us, and then after that we can add a paragraph. So I can do something like, become a become a member today. All right, and start your fitness, okay, fitness journey. So let's save it, and of course we need to give it a class. So for this one I'm going to do margin bottom dash 6, and then maybe text dash center. So that's better. Okay, so after this one, then we can create the form. So you can do the regular form, but we're going to use the edit form that's provided to us, and then it's going to have a model that we need to provide, and then on valid submit. So if there's every validation all passes, when you submit the form, then it's going to hit something, and that's going to be the submit method. And then also we make sure you give it a form name. This is very important. So we're going to do join form, okay, or sign up form, whatever you want to call it. So I'm going to save this, and of course going to error out because we need to give it the model. So now what's that model? So you're going to come over here, and we're going to create that code, and then we're going to add the submit and the model here. So for the model, what I will do is I'm going to create a private, okay, and then it's going to be a user model. So if you guys remember, we created that, so that's going to be the user model. I don't know why it did that, so it's going to be user model. Okay, so for some reason it's bringing it here. It should be bringing it up at the top. So let's do that so that this thing is happy at using models. Okay, so you need to bring in the namespace, and then it's going to be user model, and then I'm going to do model, and then it's going to be get set, like that. So let's save this one, and then immediately I'm going to come here and I'm going to do model. So that satisfies that. Now one thing you want to add on top of this is something called a supply parameter from form. So basically the model is getting its parameters from form. That's exactly what it means. So I'm going to do supply parameters from form, like so. Now we need to add the submit method, so we can do private, okay, and it's going to be async task, and then task, and then I'm going to do submit, and like that. Okay, so here is that. Now of course okay, so now it's complaining about the user model, so we need to initialize it, because to initialize the user model we can do a there's an initialize method, and of course we're getting this helper syntax highlighting, whatever. So we can create the model like that. Okay, so that fixes that. And then let's just refresh it, and we still have an error. Says edit form requires either a model parameter or an edit context parameter. Please provide one of these. Okay, so let's go over to our console and see what's going on. Let's just do a reload. Yeah, so you just if it errors out like that, you just need to reload. Okay, so that works very well. And now that we have the submit method, so now what we can do is we can actually maybe, so let's create a form, submit it, and see if we can console log something. So in here one thing you get with this edit form is just something called data annotation validator. So that's going to help with the data annotation. Remember how we added on the model. So let's say first name is required, last name is required, and all that. Okay, so I'm going to create a div and then margin bottom dash 4. Okay, and then in this one I'm going to create a label, and then class will be block, and then margin bottom dash 1 and font dash semi bold, like that. And it's going to be for first name, and then what is it called? First name, like that. Okay, there you go. First name is coming. Then right after the label, we need to create an input text. So we can do input text. Okay, and then I'm just going to accept the default. As you can see, the ID is coming. That's first name, and then we have the. Of course, we're going to give it the. Fix the class, but the bind value is important. Here we are saying model at first name. So if you guys remember, we had the first name. You want to basically cease picking it up. You want to name it exactly the same. And then after that, you want to give it the validation message, right? In case something goes wrong. So we're going to do validation message. And then you want to do for at model at first name. And for this one, I'm just going to give it a class of text dash red say dash 500. In case an error happens, then we have that. Okay, so before we add the other elements, how about we add a submit button to see if we can at least submit this form. So maybe we can come over here and I can do a button. Okay, type of this will be submit. Okay, and then what we can do is we can say save or join, whatever you want to call it. But let's add some class to it. So let's say I'm going to do class, and then for this one I'm going to do with dash full. Okay, so there you go. And then I'm going to do bg dash app dash green. Okay, so and then we need to give it some padding, maybe padding y-2. There you go, that's nice and beautiful. And then also what we need to do is you do font dash bold. There you go. And then maybe I'm gonna do text dash white. Okay, so this is our save button. So let's say if I hit save, boom. So validation is working. It's already saying first name is required. So that is pretty cool. If I come over here now and I can do something like console dot write, let's say line, and I can do, let's say at, and we can do model dot first name, right? So at least we can get the to see if the name is getting submitted before we write all the form. Okay, so let's see why. Okay, so we're missing that. Okay, so if I open the terminal now and if I hit this, of course validation is working, but if I do test, hit save. Okay, so that's not working. So as you can see, I'm hitting save and it's not calling this. And one thing I remember is on the model, if you guys remember, we added all those fields that are mandatory. So one of the way you can find this out is you can come over here and you can do something called a validation summary. And this will print all the error message. So when I hit save now, as you can see, first name is required, last name is required, and now we have to add all these fields before we can actually submit. And I can already see there's a typo. This should be agreed to the terms and conditions. So let's go over to user model, for example, and then I can come here and yes, this one. So I'm gonna hit save, and if we hit now, then might have to reload it so it can, I guess, reread it, I guess. And let's see. Okay, cool. So there you go. Now it's fixed. Okay, so I think what we need to do is we need to add all the form fields and okay, so we need to add the other fields. So the way we're going to do this is we have first name, and then we need to basically copy this one, and then we need to come over here and we're going to do the last name. That this will be last name. So same kind of deal. I'm going to copy this one. I'm going to paste it here, and paste it here. Let's save it, and boom, now we have last name. So when I hit save, first name, last name is required. And if you put something here, test, well, okay, we're gonna look into that. So let me add all the fields. Okay, so now let's fill this in and see if we can, if it will hit now the submit, right? So let me do john@email.com, and then I'm gonna do, let's say, phone number for now, this, and then password. And if I accept the terms, what happens? Okay, so right now, for some reason, it is, let's open the console. So yeah, we didn't print anything here, and looks like I filled in everything, but it's still, yeah, you see, there you go. That's the problem, right? So the password, I think that one mistake we made, it's gonna bite us. But let's see. So it should be small password. So for password, ID password, type is password, model.password. Oh yes. So if you go over to the model, right, and if we come over here, yeah, I see this should be p, small p, because we're trying to compare to this field, right? So that's what one thing. Okay, so let's fill this again quickly. Okay, so one of the issues that's happening is here I keep filling it and it keeps giving me this error. And one of the problem is, I think it's every time initializing the model. What we can do is we can do this. Okay, basically what this is saying is, if it's already defined, just use that one, otherwise make a new one. So if I come over here and I do, let's say, John Doe, so I should only get error for the other property. You see, yes, that's now it's working. Email is required, password is required, so that is working. I'm gonna, let's say, give wrong email, and if I do password, and let's say I'm gonna do this one, not matching, I'm gonna accept this one. So let's see what happens. So invalid email address, so that works, and password must be at least 6 characters long, and password do not match. Beautiful. Okay, so that's working. So now I'm gonna do email.com, and I'm gonna make sure the passwords match. I'm gonna do oh, okay, I see. This should be just a phone, so I'm gonna do that like that, and let's hit save. Okay, there you go. So as you can see, we're hitting the submit, and now we can use this to, I guess, save data to the database. So I think we need one variable like a state to monitor the submission. So how about we do this? So I can come over here, I can do private void, sorry, bool, right? It's going to be a bool. It's going to be is submitting is false. So initially it's false, we're not submitting. And then when we are here, then we are going to set it to true, right? So we're going to do a try catch, and not here, sorry, in the submit. So let's get rid of that, and then we can do is submitting is equal to true, right? So that's when we are submitting. We're going to do a try catch, and then I'm going to do if await, okay, user. So now we're going to use that user service that we created. It's going to be helpful, and of course it's going to mess it up for me, the auto import. I don't know what it did, but yeah, that's not nice. So we should come up here and we can do at using and Jim and what is it, services, right? So now that we have the namespace, then I can come here to the bottom, and then I can do here, let's see if this will work now, user service dot, there you go. So now we have access to the user service, and then I can do email exist. Okay, so for some reason it's not bringing in this, so maybe let's first make sure the errors are gone. So that's correct, and so that's good. So there's another thing, for us to use these services, they need to be registered. If you guys remember, I mentioned that at the beginning, and to do that, you need to do it in the entry point, and the entry point is program.cs. So over here, what you can do is, you see how we have this container and all that, and after the connection string we can add the service. So we can say, we can come over here and I can say builder dot services. We can do add, we can do scoped, add a scope service. It's going to be Jim app.yt dot, it's going to be services dot user service. So all the services that we're going to create, they all will be added here, and then you can use it, I mean, with dependency injection, I guess. So now if I'm just going to, for good measures, restart this. Okay, cool. So now if I come over here and we can basically do like this try, okay, and then we're gonna have a catch, and we're gonna do a catch exception ex, okay, and then we need a finally, and this one we're going to do is submitting is equal to false, so that's important. Okay, so what do we do in the catch? Well, what we can do is we can basically just console log it, and let's do ex dot message, and we're just gonna return from here. Okay, actually no, just leave it because we need to hit the finally. Okay, so then first let's make sure that the user does not exist, right? So we remember we created that method, we can use that one. So we're going to do if await user service dot, and let's see if we can do email exist async, okay, model dot email. Okay, so for some reason um, we're not able to, let's see, is that what we called it? Lots of back and forth, but that's how it works. So user exist, I think that's what we call it, user exist async. Okay, so let's see if we can do user. Okay, so for some reason this method is like, I don't have access to the method in my service. So let's see what mistake we made. Oh, okay, so this should be inject, actually not using, sorry, I just got carried away. Should be inject and should be user service and user service. Yes, now that's correct. So now if I come here and now if I do the dot, yeah, see that is working. I have access to all my add user and all that methods. Cool, cool, that's working. Okay, so if let's say this will return bool, then we can say, you know what, we're going to throw an exception and we're going to say user already exists with this email. Okay, so you're going to do that. Maybe you don't want to do that in production app. You're just going to return some different error because let's say somebody's trying to, you know, spam your website or something. So well, we're just going to leave it like that for this one. And then I'm going to do, if that is okay, then we're going to do user service, and this is going to be not create, but it was, I think, add user async, and we're going to pass in the model. So I'm going to save this one. So if everything went well, then actually this should create the user. And I think what we should do is, if everything is fine, if everything is cool, then we should do navigation manager dot navigate to login, right? So let's say the user is successfully, they've created their profile. You want to navigate them to login page so they can actually log in. Now, what is navigation manager? We need to bring that in. So for that, we are going to come over here to the top. We're going to do at inject, okay, inject, and we're going to do a navigation manager like that. So that will be that. So let's save it and let's see what kind of, what happened here. Let's just refresh. Okay, sometimes these errors are so cryptic that I don't even know what they mean, seriously. So let's just come over here and restart this, and that works. Okay, so moment of truth. But before I do that, I think we should create the login page, because this thing will try to route us to the login page and it's not there yet. So we can do login.razor, and we can do add page, and let's see, login, that's good. And we're going to do a page title login. Cool. So if we log in, if it brings us here, it means I think we're in good shape. Okay, so let's close this one and let's just come over here, and for good measures I'm gonna restart it because we added that login page. I want to make sure to pick that up, and let's close this one. So let's see if I can add a John Doe, John at email.com. Let's see if validation works. Okay. Okay, I think this thing was still loading and yeah, okay, so there you go. So our form is preserved, the state is preserved. So I'm going to enter a phone number, and then we are going to enter a password. Okay. And then I'm going to accept the terms. And if I hit save, wow, okay, so we were brought into the login page. So that means, and there you go. As you can see, the insertion looks like it worked. And as you can see, the select exists. That's what it's trying to find. This That's what it's trying to execute this, right, by the email. So let's go into the database and see if we can select star from members. Okay, so the user has been created successfully. John Doe is here, and I think I'm liking this. So let's go to join, and let's say if I can do Joe, Tina at email.com, and that's Tina's phone number in case you guys want to call her. And let's just see, let's say Tina is gonna accept, the marketing stuff. So save. Okay, Tina is also in our database, looks like. So let's find the member. Boom, here's Tina. As you can see, they both accepted the terms. John didn't accept it, but Tina accepted, so that's why it's 1. And you can see membership plan currently 0, meaning that they are on the no plan actually, so they cannot do anything. And then we also had it created at when they were created. So I think that's working pretty cool. Now one thing we can do is, let's see, we maybe can create a login page so that they can actually log in, and from there they can go to their profile and all. So we're going to work on that. Okay, let's also let's finish the login page, so that when we log in, we're going to direct the user to the home page. So I think what we can do is we can come over here to models, and I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it login model .cs. So this will be used for logging in the user. So maybe we can use AI for this, because why not. We're going to come over here, and then I can say create a login model that I can then use to log in the users. Use email and password. Okay, so let's see if it can quickly do that for us. I've already provided the page for it, and it's just gonna fill it in for us. So boom, there you go. So that was super duper quick. And let's just make sure that everything's correct. Email is required, and well, email address, email password is required. How cool is that? So fast. Okay, so now we can come over here and use it in this one. So let's see, now we can create the code block for it first. And then what I will do is I'm going to do private void, and sorry, not void, I'm going to do the login model. Okay, it's going to come from this, and it's going to be like that. So of course it's going to mess this up for me, so I'm going to delete this one, and then I'm going to take this one and put it here. So now we have that, and then for this one, what I will do is I'm going to do the, let's see, we're just going to do the get set, get set like that. Okay, and then, man, this thing is just annoying. Okay, then we can do the same thing that we did before, where we do the yeah, okay, supply parameters from form like that, and then we need the initialize method, so we're going to do protected. Okay, and we're going to override void. Okay, and then the other way of doing initialize is, remember how we did in the join or the sign up, is you can do like this model. Okay, and then we can do is equal to new. Okay, so use the existing one if you have it, otherwise create a new one. So that will be that. I think we need to do this one. There you go. So that should be happy. I'm going to call this just model, just to be consistent, and that should be that. Okay, so there's an error restarting the application. Yeah, we're going to restart that, but we need to create the method to do the login. So we're going to do async task, and then we're going to handle login. Okay, so this will handle the login for us. And then what we can do is we can do basically var success is equal to await. Now we need the auth service, right? And then remember, so we need to first come over here to program.cs and add it here. So I'm gonna just do this. So let's look at how we did for the user service. We need to do one for that. So we're gonna do services dot add scope, and it's gonna be gym dot services dot. Okay, so as you can see, it looks like we don't have the auth service, so we need to add that first. So let's keep this here. We're gonna comment this, and let's come over here to services. Okay, we do have auth service, so why is it not? Let's see. So we don't have the namespace. I think that's the problem. So what we can do is come over here to user service, grab this namespace, come over here to auth service. We're going to add it here. I'm going to save it. We're going to go back here. I'm going to close this one. And then if I come over here, boom, auth service is here. How cool is that? Cool. So now that we have auth service, then I can go back to login, and then I can inject the, so there's, you can inject it here. You can also inject it here with the, I think, at inject, like that. You can do, doesn't matter, whichever way you prefer. I'm going to come here and I'm going to do inject. It's inject, and we're going to do gym add services. We're going to do auth service, like that. So this should inject that service for us. Let's make sure it's the same as what we did in the join. So how we did here, we said gym app, the services are user service. So this is going to be auth service, and boom, that's auth service for us. And then I'm going to close this one, and then I'm going to come over here, and then we can do auth service dot. There you go. So now what you can do is you can do login async, and what do we provide? We provide the model dot email, okay, and model dot password. Okay, so we're going to give it that. And then if success, right, if everything went well, the navigation manager. Okay, so remember we need to bring the navigation manager, so we can come over here, copy this one, go back here, and then I can just add that here. So then I can do manager dot navigate to, and where do we want to go? Well, we're just going to go to the home page, right, if we've successfully logged in. And if we did not else, then we're just going to display an error message. We're going to do console dot login failed, I guess, but we also want to display a message to the user, right? So for that, what we can do is I can create a private, we're going to do a string, and we're going to do error message, right? And then what you can do is you can come over here, you can do error invalid email or password, right? So I think we should also then create that form for the user, so that you know, they can use that. So let's save this one, and let's see if we can again use AI to help us with this one. And let's see if I can do command I, then I can say add a form, add a login form, and also add a button for user to register. The register page is at join. You can let's see, I don't know if I can add a file here. No, okay, you can see the login, sorry, join.razor file for reference. So let's see if we're telling it basically to okay, I didn't, okay, that's fine, we'll let it finish. We will let this finish. Okay, so it added basically the code and all that. That's pretty that's pretty nice actually. So with this one, what you can do is you can accept it or reject it. So I'm going to accept this one, and we're going to just strip out the things that we don't need. So we already have that, we don't need this again. And also we already have it added that twice. So I wish it was smart enough to figure that out. And I think that worked. So I'm going to save it. Let's say we're just going to blindly accept this. So I'm going to come here and restart this. Okay, so I am on the login page and I'm not seeing any form. So it looks like there are some errors. Yeah, it didn't kind of follow the same. I mean, the form is here. If I select everything, the form is here, but it kind of didn't follow what I was telling it to do. So maybe sometimes AI can mess up. Okay, so we need to fix this one. So first of all, this one, I'm going to make it a flex items at center. So you're going to learn how to fix AI's, I guess, issues. And then I'm just going to do this. So that one is fine. And then for the next one, I'm going to do with dash full and then bg white and all that. So I'm going to save this one. Let's see. Okay, it's coming along. And then what I want to do is, see, it added this column and all that. I don't want that. What I want to do after this is maybe add h1, and then we can do something like login. But of course, yes, I want to make it a little bit better. So let's see. Okay, that's coming along. And let's see, it added this one. We don't want that. So let's save that. And then also I can see that it's adding this column and that. So I think what I should have done is, we're using Tailwind CSS. So here's another way to fix this. I'm going to take this, okay, and I'm going to select all the way here, and then you can do like this. Um, Instead of Bootstrap, use Tailwind CSS. So you can actually select a piece of code that you want to be modified and then let it just modify that piece of code. So let's see if it's gonna fix that for us. Okay, so basically it's going to remove all the, as you can see, it's removing all the Bootstrap classes and it's adding Tailwind CSS classes. So from the beginning, we should have been clear on what we wanted, but that's okay. I'm going to do accept, and that's it. Let's save it. And instantly we have a Tailwind CSS form for login. Now, there's another problem that we have is, yeah, you see how it did this. So maybe we need to fix that one. Let's see, I don't need the text white. So if I save it, boom, that's register. And how about login? So that's also not correct. So here's login, here's register. Okay, so these buttons are really ugly, but I think we didn't tell it the theme. So we're just gonna excuse this for this one, but we're gonna fix it. So what we need to do is, so this one button is type submit, that's correct. And then what I can do is we're going to do bg dash app dash green. Let's save, so that's correct. And then on hover, I'm not going to do anything on hover. We're going to leave that. I'm going to save it. And then what else can we do? I think that's it. And then the other one is, let's see, for this one, what we can do is maybe, actually, let me see if I can get rid of that. Then what I can do is I can do something like this: div dot margin top dash 6 and text dash center. And then what I can do, text dash sm small. And then in here I can do not that, not a member, then join. Okay, that's not bad. And then as you can see, it's already going there. So if I do, let's say, join, okay, that's good. If I go back, I'm going back to login. Okay, one problem I see is it's adding the shadow. So we might not want that. Let's see, where's that coming from? I think it's probably from this one. I think it's this one. Let's see. I don't know why. Yeah, I think that's what it was. And it added this extra div. I'm not understanding the reason for this one. So let me do this. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this div also. So good news is developers are still needed. I guess we still not fully replaceable. Yeah, so there you go. So now let's come over here, and yes, one thing we are missing is displaying that. Okay, it added that for us. That is really cool actually. So I'm digging this. So if I do login, which form is being submitted? You see, you need to specify the form name. So we need to do that. So you can come over here, and I'm going to do form name. We're going to do login form. Let's save it, and let's see if I can do save. Okay, email is required, password is required. So then I'm going to add a class of, let's say, this one, and let's see. I can come over here on this one. Oop. And okay, I'm going to save it. Let's hit it again. Okay, so that's working. Now what one thing we can do is, let's say I'm going to enter a wrong email. So I'm going to do no at email.com and just this one. So invalid email or password. Okay, so our validation is working. Now we're going to do a correct email. So I'm going to do john at email.com, password, and let's say if I log in, I should go to the home page. Wow, yes. So I'm digging this. So of course we're gonna fix all that now that we have that working. How about I go to login, and we're gonna log in as the other user. So Tina at email.com. I should be able to log in. Yes, this is so cool. Let's go log in. I'm gonna do Tina at email.com. I'm gonna enter wrong password. Let's see what happens. Okay, beautiful. So login is working. Okay, now that we have the auth working, how about we finish the nav bar and or the menu? So as you can see, when I log in, I want to have a logout button, and maybe also do a show a user initial. So that'll be cool. Okay, so what we can do is we can come over here to our, let's say, the nav bar, and the first thing we need to do is we need to inject the service. So the service we want to inject is the auth service. So we're going to do inject, and we're going to do let's see, gem dot services dot auth service, and it's going to be auth service, like that. So once we have that, then we can use it. So if I come over here, this is the mobile menu, so we can actually use it here. And as you can see, so where we have this, where we have the home and that, so maybe in here we can show the user initial. So the first thing we do is we're gonna come here, we're gonna do li, and then what you want to do is we're going to do a span. Okay, we're going to give it a class, and that's going to be inline flex, and then we're going to do items dash center, and then what we want to do is justify center. Okay, and then width dash 12 and height dash 12 and rounded dash full, and then also I'm going to do bg dash app dash green, and then text dash white, right, and then font dash bold, and then I'm going to text dash large and uppercase, of course, and then finally we're going to do leading dash none, and then finally text dash center. Okay, that's a lot of classes, but what we can do, for example, is will be something like this. Let's say JJ. So if I save it, then that's what's going to be. But we don't want JJ. We want to get the user initials. So how do we do this? So I'm gonna basically call it first, and it's gonna be initials, and then what's user initials. So if we come over here, then I don't know if we just yeah, so we see we have this private string, but we didn't do anything with it. So now would be a good time to actually use it. So if I come over here, and let's see, where did we put that? So user initials, come on here. So add user initials. Okay, so I don't know why is it not Okay, that's weird. I think what we need to do is maybe restart this. Yeah, that's why. Okay, so now it's good. So if I come over here, then of course it's blank because we don't have anything. So one thing we should do this is I think we should add a check, right? So we should do like this: auth if auth service dot is logged in, right? Then only we're gonna show this user initials. So now I can cut this out and we can put this here. Now if I save it, then boom, since we're not logged in, it's not going to show. So that's pretty cool. So I'm going to take this one and we're going to just organize it. Let's come over here to user initials, and what we can do is code this out. I think after this one we can do something like this. One way would be to also maybe put this in the user model. You can do it that way also, or in the auth service also. You can put it there, but it doesn't matter. So I'm going to do a protected override, and we're going to do async task. Okay, and then on initialized async. And then what you want to do in this one is, first of all, okay, so let's see. I'm gonna do an await on this. Okay, and then I can do get current user async. So that's going to give us the current user, and then we can, so this will be the user, not the username. So I'm gonna do like this, and let's see if we have, should be like this. Okay, so then what we can do is we can do user name is equal to user does not equal to null. If it's not null, then what you want to do is you want to do basically user dot first name, and we can do user dot last name. So if you don't want the user initials, you could just technically take this and put it here, but if someone has a long name, it's just going to look ugly, so that's why I'm showing you both ways. So yeah. Okay, so why is it complaining? Because, okay, what's going on with this one? So user, oh, because this is the yeah, because we did the ternary, so we need to just define this one, so that'll take care of that. Okay, so then since it created this user initials for us, so that's pretty cool actually. But one thing we need to do is, let me save it, and okay, so we need to restart the application. So let's come over here and we are going to do a yes. So this was added for us, and then what it does is basically it creates a new string, username.split it by the space, and then it actually takes the first letter, and that's all it does from the names. That's what it does, right? So let's see if this will actually work. So let's save this, and let's say if I log in as john@email.com password. Okay, so that means I logged in, and if I come over here, okay, so J and dollar, so that means the the last name is not coming up correctly, because if I remember, we did John Doe. Let me expand this one. Yeah, I don't know why it added the dollar sign here, and now it's correct, John Doe. And if I come over here, then let's um let's come over here and restart this so that can take effect. We're gonna log in again or not. Okay, so I'm going to do login, and we're going to do john@email.com. Okay, cool. So let's go here and boom, JD. So that's correct. So now our user initial is coming. That means we're logged in. And one thing I want to do is, instead of this login, I want to have a logout. And let's see if we have the logout method. We don't, so let's add that. So what we will do is, right after this one, I think we can take these and maybe put them here. I think it's better so they're in one place. And then also I want to just come here and maybe add the method. So we're going to do private async, and it's going to be a task. Okay, these should be all asynchronous. So log out, and what you want to do here is I'm going to do await. auth service dot, and we're going to do logout async. So we had login and now we have logout. And was that a successful? Then what we should do is navigation manager dot navigate to. So either you can go to login or I can just go back to the home screen, right? So I'll take care of that. So now we need to change this login since we're logged in. So this should say logout. So let's see how we can do that. So let's close this one. And if we come over here to the mobile menu, so let's see where is the mobile. If menu is open, so that's mobile. And how we are doing is logged in. I think we need to do kind of similar kind of trick. I'm going to copy this one. And then we can do where we have the login. Okay, what I can do is I can take this one and I can paste it here, because what we need to also do is we also need to show the user their profile, right? When they're logged in, they should be able to basically come here and go to their profile. So the first thing I'll do is I'll say profile. Okay, and this should go to profile. Okay, profile. And then also I'm going to take this li, right? And then this will be log out. So let's just follow the log out. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to do like this. If auth service dot is logged in, okay, then we show these two. Okay, we show these two, else we're gonna show this li, login. I think that'll work. Otherwise we show this one. So there you go. So let's take this and I'm going to organize it and let's save it. So basically what I'm saying is if we're logged in, then see I'm logged in. So we're seeing profile and log out. We don't have profile yet. We're going to need to build that one, but at least we can execute the log out. So for the log out, what we can do is maybe have it as a button. I guess we don't need it to be we are navling, because we just want to call that function, right? And on click I'm going to do log out like that, and let's save it, and boom, that should work. So if I, and the one thing we need to forget is should be submit, otherwise it's gonna submit a form if there is. Okay, so basically what we have is this logout button, and when we click it's going to call the logout method, and if I hit it, okay, and we're logged out. As you can see, we're back in the login. So if I come over here and if I log in as Tina at email.com, and if I log in, come over here and TJ, so Tina, and then boom, I had a profile and the logout. If I go to profile, of course, not found, but as you can see, we have now the login and logout functionality working. Now there's one problem. If I go to here, desktop, well, we need to fix this one. So how do we do this? Well, we need to follow the same kind of trick. So basically you come over here, and if you guys remember, so this is that, where is the desktop? So this is the desktop, and as you can see, I have the home classes login. So I can come over here and then we can execute, or whatever the hell that is we do. And I'm gonna do that, and else we have login. So let's take this and let's plug that in here, and then in the if, what we need is, if I save it, boom, we need to add the logout, and I'm gonna actually come over here and borrow from this one. So this one was a button. Actually, we can just copy all of this and we can take it and put it inside the if. So we can do that, and let's see. So okay, it added this extra li. If I save it, boom, so now we have profile and logout. I think that's pretty nice, and we can just come over here and organize this, and that's that. Okay, the other thing we're missing is the user, I guess, initials, and let's see where can we put that. Yeah, there you go. So now and I don't know, I think this join now should not appear if we are already logged in. I'm thinking, because yeah, this is only for people who have not joined, right? So if I'm logged in, then I think I don't need to see this. So what I can do is I can do at if not service dot is logged in. So if not, if I'm not logged in, then you show me this, right? If I'm logged in, that means I've already joined. What's the point of showing me that again? So what I can do is this, and then I can take this one and I can put this here. I can save it, boom. So now that's looking better actually. Yeah, so that makes sense. And I think we should do the same for desktop view, sorry, for mobile. So if I come over here to mobile, and as you can see, if you guys remember, if I go mobile view and if I come here, yeah, I'm seeing the join now. So yeah, that's wrong. Let's come over here to where we have this is log out and then else log in, and then here, so maybe let's see. Yeah, I think I can take this one, and if we just put this inside of here, that should take care of it. So yep, that's good. Let's come over here and do that. I want to save it, and there you go. So now if I log out, boom, I see join and log in. And if I log in and I'm gonna go, let's say desktop, I'm gonna do john@email.com. We're gonna log in and boom. So now I have my initials. That means I'm logged in, and then I have to log out the profile. I can log out and boom. So there you go. So that takes care of the nav menu. I don't think we'll be coming back to it. And now what we can do is maybe tackle the profile section. So for that, we're going to create a profile model. The reason why we create a separate model is it's a good security practice. So what I can do is come over here and I can do profile model.cs, and then we're just going to add the necessary fields, not all of them. Profile model and boom. So we don't need the key because this will not be saved in database, and then we're just going to add this data annotation. So all we need is the first name, last name. I don't need the phone and email, so I'm going to get rid of that as well. And then also I don't need these, and also don't need this one. And what I can do is the only thing maybe I'll pick is the membership. So I'm going to do membership type, okay, and then it's going to be membership plan, okay, and then it's going to be a get set. And let's see if I just bring over in the next line, boom. So default is none. So this is the profile model that we can then use. And let me just do this, and it's got the right namespace, so that's pretty cool. So now we can come over here, and then I can come over to, let's say, my components, and I can create a new page, razor page, and I'm going to do profile razor. So we have a profile razor component, and then what we can do is we can start adding code here. So what we can do is I can come over here and I can do add code, okay, like that, and then I can create a private. I can create a private, okay, and then this will be user model, okay, and this will be user. I'm gonna make it optional, okay, and then what I need to do is I need to take this and just bring it at the top like that, and we don't need these. And what I need to do is I need to do this. And the other thing we need to do is we need to add the add page, and this will be profile, right? So we can land on this one, and then I think what we can do is we can come over here, and after this one I can come over here and now do the profile model. So what I can do, I can do private, okay, and then this is going to be the profile model profile like that, okay, and then we can come over here and then initialize, and let's see if it will do that for us. No. Okay, so I'm going to do a protected override. I'm going to just finish this with the tab, then we can add our stuff. So what you want to do is, first of all, you need to bring in the auth service, right? I'm going to do auth service, and let's see, it didn't bring it, so we need to inject it. I'm going to do inject auth service, and of course it's not here, it is in the services auth service. So that is correct. And then what you want to do is you want to come over here and we want to do get current user. Okay, so this will get us the current user, and then if user is not null, then what you want to do is you want to set the profile model. So what I can do, I can either call it profile model. Okay, I'm just going to do that. I think that's better. So what we need to do is I'm gonna actually escape this. I'm gonna get rid of this. Okay, so let's see, we get the user and then the user is not null. Then we want to initialize the profile model. So let's see if it will do it for us. So it's doing basically that. So I'm going to do profile model. Okay, and we're going to do new. Okay, so that's another way of initializing this. So I'm going to do first name. Okay, so I don't need all of that. We're going to get rid of this. Okay, and then what you want to do is you want to bring this closer to this one. And also you don't need, no, that's fine. And also I think we should do the membership plan is equal to user.membership plan. So I'm going to save this one, and there you go. So of course, yeah, we need to restart this. I think it added all these. I'm going to save this one. Okay, so the idea is that when we load, we basically get the initialize the profile model, and then it will be displayed here at the top. Okay, and then we need to add an update profile method. So you can come over here and we can do private void. Okay, and then for this one, sorry, not void, I'm going to do async task, and let's see what is it giving us. I'm going to do update profile. Okay, that's what we want. And then I'm going to come here and close. I'm going to close that. Okay, so let's see update profile, right? So I think, I don't know if I'm okay with all that. So what we want to do is we want to basically do like this. If user is equal to, if for some reason the user is null, then maybe we want to throw, okay, this is really bugging me. So we can do throw new invalid operation, and this should take care of that. Okay, so if user is null, then basically we're gonna throw the invalid operation. Okay, so that's correct. And if profile is null, then you just gonna throw this invalid exception operation. Otherwise, we are good to go and we can update the user. So for this one, we don't need the auth service. For this one, we need the user service, right? So I'm gonna comment this out. We're gonna come to the top and I can do add inject, and we need gym services dot user service and user service. So then I can come over here and I can do await, and then we can do user service dot update user async. So what this is going to do is this is going to update the user for us if all these things are successful. So the membership plan, I don't know if we should allow the user to change that, because you need to go through the payment process and do it that way. So I'm just going to comment this out for now. But we only allow the user to, let's say, update the first name, last name, and maybe the phone. You can add the rest of it, stuff to it. Okay, so this is the code part. Now we need to add the UI for it. So why don't we go ahead and restart the app first, just to make sure that everything is okay. Okay, that's pretty cool. So everything is good. So what I can do is I can come over here and we can maybe, let's see, use AI to generate the UI for us. And the way we're going to do this, we're going to come over here and we're going to do Amazon Q, and I can say add use Tailwind CSS and generate a UI for user to update their profile. And then what we can do is if user is not logged in, then display a message, otherwise show the form. Okay, and we can say email field is not let's see, editable. editable. I'm making a lot of typing mistakes. So let's see if it will help us with the form. I think this is the way going forward. You don't want to just spend time writing the UI. If it can be done, if it can be done by AI, then why not? Okay, so let's wait for this. Okay, so again, same problem. We didn't save the file. I'm gonna save it and we're gonna try again. Okay, it looks like it added stuff and we do have errors. We're gonna look into those. So I'm going to minimize this. Let's see what the problem is. So let's see, want to come over here, and if user is null, so access denied, please log in. It actually added that for us. That is nifty. Otherwise, it goes in and it does all that. Okay, so let's see, edit form. I think we need to give it the form name. It always forget to do that. Profile form. Okay, and how about we just give it a space Y. Okay, why is it membership does not contain definition for VIP? Yeah, I don't know why it added that. I think I should have told it to, I should have specified that, you know, the membership types are there. But anyway, so if I come over here, then it's actually doing this, and I don't want that. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of this input select, but instead we can add the input text, and then it's gonna be bound to the membership plan. And let's see if this will work for us. So one thing we need to bring is the data annotation using like how we have done on the other forms. And let's see, why is it complaining about cannot convert lambda expression? There's no lambda expression. So model form name is profile form, and I think it's all looking good. And let's see why. Okay, so I think one issue we're having is for the membership. I think what we can do is honestly just come over here and maybe just display it as a string. Maybe I can just come here and do that, and that should hopefully fix all our issues. Okay, there you go. So now it's correct. So just for good measures, I might just do a reload. Okay, so let's log in and see what the AI cooked for us. So let's do at email.com. Okay, so let's go to profile. Okay. Okay, so there's a couple of issues. I don't know why. Okay, so background color is weird. I like the form. This looks good. Membership plan is none, so that is correct. And then John Doe, and then here's the email cannot be changed. Okay, so let's see if I can change the name. If I can do John Doe 1, if I do update profile, we got a beautiful error, and that is one problem. So let's first fix this issue, because this is a big one. And let's see why is that happening. So yeah, so if I come over here to the update user async, yeah, we're finding another user. And I think what we should do is, let's see, we can just come over here, and then we can do like this: existing user dot first name is equal to user dot first name, and existing user dot last name is equal to that. And then we don't need to do this one, right? And I think we can just do db dot save changes async, and that should update the thing for us. So let's try again. So I'm going to do John Doe 1, and if I do update, okay, it looks like that worked. And I don't know if that worked actually, because I'm not seeing anything here. But if I go to the database, and let's see if we do a members. Okay, so I'm still seeing John Doe, so that means the update is not happening. One thing we are missing is this should be that supply main supply parameters from form. So I think we're missing that. And why is it this error out? and I need to change because this one to a get. Yeah, if you want to use the supply parameter for form, you need to have a get set. Okay, so that will be, I'm gonna escape this one. Okay, so let's restart. Okay, let's go back. Okay, cannot submit the form because no form the page currently has that name. Okay, so we're just going to log in again, and then we're gonna do john@email.com password. Okay, let's go to profile and say if I do John Doe 1 update. Okay, looks like it got updated this time. And if I come over to the database, and then if we do, let's see, members, and if I do that, boom, so John Doe 1, so that's good. So our profile is actually working, so that fixes the major issue. Now we need to work on, I guess, see what's going on with the background and all that. So let's come over here, maybe it's setting a background or something, BG white. Yeah, I think that's what it is. So on this one, so if I save it, okay, that's not bad at all. Okay, so that's our profile form. Let's see if I, one thing that we were having issue with is, I think, let me see, if I log out, okay, so that's correct. And let's see if I come over to the profile now. Profile, what happens? Okay, that's good. Access denied, please log in to view your thing. So if I go to login, and if I log in as tina@email.com, password, okay. And then if I go to profile, okay, good. So one issue we're having is, for some reason, the mobile menu is coming up. I think if we go to the, let's see, if I go to nav menu, are we hiding this on large screen? So if I go over, let's see, where is our mobile? Okay, oh, okay, yeah, that's the problem. See, when I'm logged in, and when you click on profile, it's calling toggle menu. I don't know why we, I think we, remember we generated this using AI, I think. And so there you go, you got to be very careful with this code generated by AI, because you can run into these issues and you'll be running in circles. Okay, so I'm going to close this, I'm going to refresh, I'm going to log out, we're going to log back in, and let's see what happens. So I'm going to do Tina. Yes, now it's correct. So if I go to profile, boom, now we're not seeing that. So yeah, one thing that's bugging me is this is very close to the top. So if I go to profile and maybe, let's see, can I do margin top -4? I'm gonna save it. And yeah, so now it's not as close. So if I come here, yep, that's better. So there you go, our profile is working. Okay, now we're going to add the other services like the instructor service, gym class service, and booking service, so then we can add those things. So I'm going to come over here to the services, and I'm going to add a new file, and we are going to call it instructor.cs. So this will be used to add an instructor, and then we can first of all come over here and create the namespace, and then this will be gym fit services, like that. And let me accept this and see if this will all be correct. So I'm going to do db context, and that is correct. And then instructor model, it's amazing how it can just pick all that. That's pretty crazy. Okay, so if I come over here, then let's make sure we have everything correct. So we're going to get the db context, and then we're going to assign that. That's correct. Add instructor async. So if instructor is null, or the, so okay, so here I think if we specify the model, okay, so this should be dot first name. Okay, I'm gonna bring this on the next line, and let's see, or email. You can check the other fields, but that's the idea. So if everything is good, then we can go ahead and add the instructor, and then also get instructors async. So this one, okay, I think we need to bring in the entity core. So this will get us the list of instructors, and then also we need to add a method to get by id, instructor by id. So let's see how we can use auto complete. Okay, so get instructor by ID first or default, that is correct. And then we need one for updates. We're going to do update instructor. So update instructor async. So let's see. Same thing, if the instructor is null or the name is not provided, the email, you can add check for other fields. Then basically all you do is just update the instructor. And then we need one to delete. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to do delete instructor async. And then for that, first you find instructor by ID. If it's null, return false. Okay. Otherwise, we basically remove the instructor. So that's how quick it is to add the service for instructor. Okay, so now the other service, sorry, we need is for gym class. So this is where we can add a gym class. So I'm going to close this one. I'm going to close this one. And then we can come over here and then I can add a new file and it's going to be gym class. Okay, and it's going to be service.cs. Okay, like that. And then what you want to do is I'm going to close this one. Okay, so we can come over here. Okay, so we can come over here and create the namespace. So this will be gym app yt.services. Okay, and oh man, where did my cursor go? Okay, so then we need a class. So it's going to be public class and it's going to be gym class service. Gym class service and like that. And we need the CTOR constructor, and this is where we're going to do app db context. Okay, and it's going to be db context. So for that we need to create the private read only db context, and then here I don't need these. I don't know why it just keeps adding these extra brackets. I don't know what's going on with this thing. It's some drugs or something. I'm going to save this one. So this is our constructor where we can set the db context, and then we're going to do add a class. Okay, and let's see. So it's doing it this way. I don't know if I like it, but what we can do is I'm going to do something like this. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to do db dot set. Okay, gym class model dot add, and yeah, so that is actually good. And then we can do is save changes like that. Oh, it's a bool. Okay, so this will add the class. Then what we need is maybe get by ID, get by ID. Let's come over here and see if we can finish this one and with it add the bracket. So what we do is we basically is simple. We just go through the set and we find one by the ID. And one thing we want to do is when we we'll find this, we should, I think, also include the instructor, right? Because remember how it was a foreign key. So I can do include, but this is how you can include the other table. So just like a join, we're going to do see that instructor. It kind of read my mind. And then we are going to do, instead of find async, I'm going to come over here and I'm going to first or default async. And then what we can do is see that id is equal to id. Okay, so basically what we're saying is when you get a gym class, make sure to get the instructor with it. And then what we need is one for update a class. And let's come over here and you can basically just do like this. So update class async. All you do is basically go through the set and update and save the db changes. That was pretty easy actually. Okay, and then finally we can come over here and we can say delete a class. Okay, and for this one you can just come over here and let me get rid of this. We're accepting all this code. We're going to find out if it works or not when we actually call these through the UI. But looks correct, I guess. So we add a class, save the db changes. We can get a class by ID. We can update a class and we can delete a class. Okay, so then the last one that we need to add is the booking service. This is when someone books a class, right? So we can do booking service.cs. So this one, what we can do is we can do the same thing, namespace. We're going to do gym.services like that. We're going to create a class and it's going to be booking service. Okay, and then we're going to do the constructor, and then it's going to be app db context, and it's going to be db context, and then you can come over here, you can do private read only underscore db, and you can do underscore db is equal to db context. Okay, so that should be that. I think we need to bring in the db context. There you go. And I'm going to do that. Boom, save. Okay, so it should be app db context. App db context. Okay, so that will be the constructor. Then we need a class to a function to book a class. So I'm going to do public async. Okay, going to be a task. Okay, and then it's going to be a class booking. That's the parameter, class booking model, and then book class async. Okay, and what is it going to take? It's going to take the user ID. So who is booking the class, and then the class IDs. Remember, we're going to show the classes to the user, and then they should be able to book the class. Okay, so then what we can do is gym class is equal to await. We're going to do db dot set. Okay, and it's going to be gym class model. Okay, we're going to do like this. We're going to find, okay, async class ID. So first we need to find the class, right, that we are trying to book. And if the class is null, then of course you're just going to throw that error. Then we need to find the user. So user will be equal to await underscore db dot. We're going to do the same thing. User model, okay, dot find async, and then we're going to do user ID. And let's see, will it do that for us? Yes, thank you. Okay, so let's say you pass all those two checks. Then the other thing we can do is we need to see if the user can the user membership plan allows them to book this class, right? Otherwise something's not right. So if not, can user. Okay, so we need to create this method. So what we can do is I'm gonna come over here and we're gonna create a private, this private because we only need it. We're gonna do can, okay, user book class, right? So what does it need? It needs the membership type, okay, and user membership type. The type is, sorry, membership type and user membership type, okay, and then membership type again, and this is the class membership type. So every class will require a certain membership, okay, and all you do is this return if membership type, if user membership type, and we're going to do greater than equal to class membership type. Let's see, why is it this not coming? So let's see if this will help us. No, we don't want that, so we can do class membership type, class membership. Okay, so basically this we can then use, so we can do like this. If not can user book class, okay, then we need to pass in the user dot membership plan, and then the class class dot gym class dot membership, right? If not, then you throw this new exception, and we're gonna throw this new exception. Basically it's saying that your membership plan does not allow booking so we can tell the user, please upgrade your membership. Yeah, there you go. The other thing, we also need to check if the class is full, right? So scroll up, so we can do if gym class dot is full. If the class is full, then what you want to do is you want to tell the user that throw new, okay, invalid operation exception, and we can say something like class is full. Okay, and then also what we want to do is once you have done all that, then we can do like this, var existing booking, okay, await db dot, we can do set, and then it's going to be the class booking model, and then what we do is first our default async, okay, and then we can do booking such that booking dot user ID, Okay, and it's going to be user ID. So let's say a user is booking a class that they have already booked. We don't want that. Okay, so existing booking. So we're going to come over here, and if it exists, and booking.status, okay, is equal to booking status dot confirmed, right? So let's say they have confirmed it, and then we can, whoop, and we can do it like this. If existing booking does not equal to null, then throw new, and then this will be invalid operation exception. We can say already booked for this class. I mean, the user has already booked this class. Why are you booking it again? If we pass all these checks, that means we can book the class. So now I can do booking is equal to new class booking, create a new class booking. Okay, and then we can do like this. All right, and I'm going to do user ID is equal to user dot ID. Okay, and then class ID is equal to gym class dot ID. So remember, this is the class booking is a junction table, because one user can have many classes. And then I'm going to do status is equal to booking status dot confirm. So in a real gym, maybe you want to call the user confirm, but for now we're just going to do that. And then for booking date will be equal to UTC now. Okay, you want to store the date in UTC. Okay, so this will be the, okay, why is this one complaining? Let's see, does not booking date. So what do we have? So if I go here, then let's see, booked at is what we have. Sorry, so booked at, yeah, there you go. Okay, so then we need to save this to the database, and I'm going to do this set, and then we can do class booking model dot add, and it's going to be the booking. We add the booking, and then we can do gym class dot current booking plus plus, right? So you want to increment the booking so that other people can see how booked the thing is. And then I'm going to do this and finally return the booking. Okay, that was a lot of work. So that's why we have the class booking model, because we're returning the booking. Okay, so this is for adding booking a class. Now we need one for cancellation. Okay, so for cancellation, then what we can do, the same thing. I can do public, and then we can do async task. You do task, and then it's going to be cancel booking async. Okay, it's going to take the booking ID, and then also maybe a reason. Say you want to do some kind of analysis why are people canceling, so that will be good for that. So first we need to find the booking, and we can do db dot set booking class booking model, and not that, and then we need to do dot include. Okay, b such that b dot class, okay, include the class in it, and then we can do dot first our default is sync such that booking and booking dot, we can do id is equal to whoop, booking dot id. Okay, so booking id, sorry, the one they have to be passed in, and if booking is equal to null, just a safety thing, then we just do invalid operation exception. Then we can do booking not found, right? And if everything went well, then what we can do is we can do booking the status is equal to canceled, and then canceled at, we can do that, and then the cancellation reason will be that. And then what you want to do is you want to do class, okay, dot current bookings minus minus, right? Somebody canceled, you want to do that, and finally save changes, and boom, that's for cancellation. Okay, and then finally you also want to, let's say a user, you want to get their bookings, right? So we need to add one method for that. So we can come over here, This looks like it read my mind. So get user booking async. I think what we can do is go through the model, include the class where the user ID is user ID and the status is not canceled, and basically to list. So maybe one thing you want to do is you want to come over here and do an order by, right? And we're going to do descending and then maybe by the booking date, right? So that will take care of that. Okay, so and let's see, maybe include, we can also then include, we want to also maybe add the instructor, right? So c dot instructor, so they can see the whole deal. Okay, so this is the booking service all taken care of. Now, before we go ahead and get excited, we need to come over here in the program.cs and we need to register these services. Otherwise, we will not be able to use them. So we're going to do builder.services, and then this will be the instructor service. Okay, and then the other one is builder. So this will be the, let's see, this will be called the booking service. And then I think we need one more. And then let's see, builder dot services. What's this one? So we have gym class. Yep, gym class service. Okay, so now we have all the three services. Then we can inject them into our UIs and we can use them. And let's just come over here. And okay, so this one is fine. The app is loading, there's no errors, so that's good. And now let's add the admin portion, so we can add classes and instructors. So I'm going to come over here to, let's say, pages, and in here I can add a new page, and this is going to be admin manage. I think I should do admin manage classes dot razor. Let's see, so I can come here, and I think maybe I can put them in a new folder. Say I can do admin, and then we can put all the admin stuff into that one. Okay, so this is that, and then I think I also need one more, and this is going to be admin manage instructors dot razor. Okay, so these are our two admin pages, and I'm gonna save this one, and we can actually just close this one. So let's come over to the instructor first. Let's start with this one, and then it's going to be page, and then it's going to be admin. Let's see why it's doing that. So we can do, yeah, okay, so, and let's see if I can do a page title manage instructor. So let's see if we can first hit this endpoint. So if I do admin and I can do manage instructors. Okay, so it is saying, let's see if we type this correctly. Let's make sure. If I come here and do manage instructors. Okay, let's make sure that we restart this because we added a new page. Okay, so it's working, manage instructors. And you know what I'll do? I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to go over to the other one, and I'm going to paste it, and we're going to do manage classes. And then here we can do add classes. Let's save it and make sure we can hit this one. And yep, we need to just reload this. Okay, let's do reload. Cool. So now we have managed classes, we have managed instructors. So we can come over here and get cracking. So let's close everything, this and that. Okay, and let's see if we can use AI to help us with this one. So I can open the chat window here, and then I can, so you can add a reference. So this is, by the way, the Copilot now. And what I can do is add a reference, and I can do, for example, instructor. Let's see, why is it not picking up? So if I come here, add contacts, I can do add instructor model. Okay, and then I can also add the service. So the service will be instructor service, like that. Okay, so we are giving it the reference to instructor model, instructor service, and then now I can say, for example, I'm gonna go with the ask, and instead of this one I'm gonna say go with this one. So what we can say is using Tailwind CSS, add code to be able to add instructors. So I'm going to do like this, to be able to add and edit, and actually to add, edit, and delete instructors. And what else can we do? Follow the same UI pattern as in the app, right? So we're kind of telling it to use the same structure that we have been following, and we're kind of telling it where the service is, where the model is, and I think that should be good enough for it to now go in and add the instructor. And we're also basically saying, you know, give us the add, edit, and delete. So it has everything, and let's see what it can cook for us. So she's using the references. These are the other files, right? And see, it brought in the models, the services, and it's injecting the instructor service. Okay. And then basically, let's see. So you want to read this AI code. So manage instructors. Okay, so it added the edit and add mode. Okay, which is pretty cool. It also added the edit form. See, one thing it's not doing is adding the form name. So I don't know if the AI is not yet updated on the .NET documentation, but we can add that. So we need to keep that in mind. And then email, phone, years of experience. So it picked that up from the, I guess, the model. And it's kind of giving us a table, and it's kind of going through the instructors, and then it's okay, so that's good. No instructors found, which is also good. And then here it's basically doing the initialize. It's going to load the instructor, load the instructors. Okay, and then handle valid submit. If we are in edit mode, we're calling update. That's good. Otherwise, we're calling this one. We're editing. Okay. Okay, I think this looks good. So you can hit this button, and then it's gonna go ahead and update the file. How cool is that? And see, it's kind of, you can see in the map, mini map. Okay, so you can go ahead and accept them one by one like this, or we can just say keep, and I'll keep the code. Okay, so let's save this one. And yeah, so we need to restart, because if you make a big change, well, okay, we need to restart. I don't know if this will work on the first shot. That'll be pretty cool. Okay, so one thing I can see is, I mean, it looks good, not bad. Let's go to mobile view. It is a responsive and all that. So you know what? Before we change the UI, let's, how about we make sure that the functionality works. So I'm going to add an instructor. I'm going to do Joe Crazy and Joe at email.com. And then phone number, let's say I'm just going to give something. Years of experience, let's say 5, and be like, I like strength training, and let's say if I hit add. Okay, so the post request is not as I said, one of the mistake that, or thing, the UI, the AI didn't do is add the form name. And what does it say? Instructor form. Okay, we're gonna go with that. Let's take it, and let's kind of go back, refresh it. We're gonna do continue. I think you need to reload it again. So let me fill this. Okay, and let's hit add again. Okay, so first name is required, last name is required, email is required. Okay, so looks like we are kind of having this issue where the thing is getting initialized again. Let's see on initialize, and then also, well, okay, so there's a couple of issues. So this instructor model, let me see, is it using it on the yep, it is using it on the model. So then what we need to do is we need to do that supply parameter from form, right? And let's see, I'm gonna bring this here, and we need to, okay, and I think we have the, yeah, you need to remember we need to do the get set like that. Okay, and let's see what's the problem now. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Let's save it and let's restart. I don't know why it didn't do this. I'm kind of surprised, but anyway, so if I hit it, one thing it's not doing is these should be red, but anyways, we can fix that. Okay, anyway, so as you can see, the form did get submitted. As you can see, this is the instructor, so what's kind of cool actually. We can edit, we can delete, and it's coming up. So let's add another instructor. And let's see, can I fix these form fields quickly? Let's see. So can I say, let's see, so input, I can come over here and I can say, can you give the text fields a border? Okay, so because currently it's not, I can see the borders properly. Okay, so let's see, you should okay, what happened here? This class applied. Okay, add a custom node for setting command. So I think that didn't work. So maybe what we can do is add to the input text field classes. Okay, so I'm now being very specific, saying add this to the input text field classes. Let's see if this will work. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and let's let it do that, and I'm gonna go with keep, and let's see. All right, that's what I'm liking. So it didn't do it for the years of experience, and that's kind of sucks. Well, we can add it ourselves. So let's, how about we do this, that, close this. And if I come over here to, let's say, the bio, so we have it on the bio, we don't have it on the bio, and we don't have the years of experience, so we need it on that. So I can basically come here and paste it here, and then we can do that here. I'm going to save it, and let's see. That's beautiful. Okay, so let's add another instructor. So we're going to do Tina Power, I don't know, Tina Power at email.com, and then that's phone number. She has 10 years of experience. I like HIT. She likes HIT training. If I do add, okay, now it's working. So there you go. So now we are able to do that. So what if I hit edit, and what if I hit delete? Okay, so nothing is happening when I hit edit or delete. Why is that? I need to bring in the server mode. So it's going to be add render mode is equal to interactive server. We don't need this. Okay, let's save it. Now let's see what happens. So if I hit edit, aha, now it's coming. So let's say John is not crazy, John is stable. We're gonna do John Mo. If I hit update, okay, an unhandled error occurs, reload. Okay, let's reload. And if I refresh, then it's still not updated. I'm gonna do edit. Let's say John Mo. I hit update. Okay, so it looks like for some reason the update is not working. Well, you know what? We can do like this. So I'm going to copy this line. I'm going to save it. And let's see if it can figure this out. I am getting error when I try to update a let's say an instructor. Okay, and then here's the error. Let's see if it can figure out this issue and maybe propose some fix. Okay, so update instructor. Okay, and this is in the instructor service, so I'm assuming, yep, that's correct. Update instructor async. So we're going to copy this one, and basically you need to come over here, and we are going to take this one and we're going to do like that. I'm going to paste it. We're going to save it. Okay, so let's see if the suggestion worked. I took it as is, and if we go edit, and for the last time, I guess if I do that, all right, it worked. It worked. I like strength training and I like to drink water. Okay, let's see if this will work. And if I hit edit again, beautiful, man, I'm liking this. And then Tina Smith, and let's say we're gonna update, say I can deadlift 1000 kg. That's some crazy weight, but let's see. Okay, Tina Smith added. Cool. This is so amazing. And let's see if I hit cancel. Can I add another one? We're going to do Arnold. I cannot spell his last name, but we're going to do Arnold at email.com. And that's his phone number. Let's say he's 20 years of experience, pro. And if I add, boom, there you go. Can I delete? Wow, we can delete. I like this. Okay, so there you go. Very quickly, we're able to add the instructor service and all that. And I think we can use the same technique now to maybe go and say add for the classes, right? So I can open the chat, and you know what I can do is I can do like this, just like how you added uh, instructors management, do the same for adding, editing and deleting classes. Okay, so I'm going to open the this page. That's the one we want to make changes in, and I'm going to add the references. So the references that I'm going to add is the, let's say, gym class model, and then we need to add the service at gym class service. So that's this one. And do we need to add another one? Let's see. I think this is the one it needs, right? The gym class model, gym class service. And okay, so just like how you added the instructors management, I'm going to add that as a context, right? Add admin, nope, admin manage classes. Sorry, I'm going to add that. Just like how you added instructors management code, do the same for adding, editing, and deleting classes. Okay, so let's see if it can now follow the same kind of technique. It will help us to add the one for managing classes. So where is it? Okay, so it's working, it's thinking. So the reason why I'm using this AI is because this is the way forward. Gone are the days where you have to write code by hand. I mean, there's no point. I mean, you still have to go and fix the code here and there like we did, kind of showed you guys. So it's not always perfect. But if you are the person that is thinking that you're just going to write this by hand, forget about it. You need to start using this to like a companion, right? So let's see. I mean, all of us use a calculator when we do calculations. You don't sit and say, I'm not going to use it, I'm just going to use paper and pen. So okay, so it's kind of following the same idea. It's going to go ahead and do that for us. And one thing I'm pretty sure it didn't do is If I go to the form, I'm confident that it didn't add the name. Yeah, I don't know why it has a beef with that thing. Anyway, so let's go over here and let's see. Okay, it's going through and adding. Okay, we're gonna keep everything, but immediately I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna add the form name. And the form name is going to be that. I'm gonna save this one. And of course, like how, I don't know if it, yeah, let's see if I come here. So here's the gym class model, and it's a, yeah, I didn't add those supply parameters from form, so we need to add that ourselves. So and then remember how we did here, right, where we did the get set new. So I'm going to copy this one, and then we are going to come over here and add it here. And also, okay, I'm going to escape that, and we need to come over here and we need to add that supply parameter from form. Okay, I'm going to save this one, and of course we need to reboot this one, restart it, yeah, because we add a lot of code changes. So let's come over here and do that. Okay, what's going on here? Waiting for a file to change. So there is an error, looks like. Okay, why is it doing, okay, this is, wow. Okay, so that's a big mistake actually. Why is it accessing a private member? That's so bad. Okay, so let's see what it did here in the instructors. So in the instructors, what it's doing is get instructors async. Okay, so that's what you should have done. So gym class service dot, you see the problems? Yeah. And I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna do like this, get, okay, gym class service dot get. Okay, don't we have a method to get, let's see, if I come over here to the services and if I come over to gym class, don't we have one to get classes? Yeah, get all classes, right? So that's what we want. And let's see. Okay, so that's correct. So I'm gonna just bring this on the next line. So what we're saying is get classes async. If include instructor, then okay, what we do is we are gonna come over, if it include instructor, then you basically include the statement. Otherwise, you're just gonna do like that. Okay, I'm liking this. So we're gonna come over here and let's see. This should work. No? Why is this not working? Okay, so let's come over here and we can do get classes async and that. Okay, and now let's restart and something happened in the background. I am liking this. So now if I go and I go to here and we do manage, sorry, classes. Wow, this is so nice. So it added that for you. So let's add a class. So how about I do this? I'm gonna do power yoga. Type is yoga. So we have all these types, and let's say level is beginner. So membership, let's say this one needs basic membership at least. And then we're gonna do the instructor is Tina Smith. So let's say it's 2025, and then let's say 08, and then August 1st. You know, I'm gonna make it August 3rd. And then let's say end time is same thing, 2025, August 8, and then it's gonna end on the same day. And let's say max capacity is 10, and we're gonna say relax and enjoy. Okay, I'm gonna add. Okay, okay, it's working. Can I edit it? No. I think we're having the same issue with the edit, probably is what we had before. Let's see. If I come here, why is edit not working? So if we come over, I'm gonna close this one and edit class model is that. Okay, what did we do here to fix that? Okay, so we need to make sure that we add that interactive thingy. It always gets me. I'm going to do server mode, render mode. If you want to get that. Okay, so I'm going to save this one and let's just restart for good measures. Okay, I think I refreshed the form and it resubmitted, but that's fine. So if I hit edit, boom, Power Yoga is coming. If I hit cancel, let me see if I can delete this one. Boom, I can delete that. I can do edit and I can say Power Yoga fun. And if I do update, okay, we're having the same issue that we had before. And I think let's come over here and I can basically copy this one. I'm gonna go back here and then I can say, can add a reference to the gym, let's say class service. I can do like this. When I update a class, I get this error. Okay, and then I think it should go and basically tell me what it has to do. So yeah, the same kind of answer, same ID. It has to basically go ahead and do that. All right, so I'm gonna come over here. We're gonna open the gym class service, you know the drill. And it should ask me if you want to apply this, but that's fine. So I'm going to take this one, the update class async, and then if I come over here, then we have the update class async. We're going to take it and boom, just paste it here, organize it, save it, come back here, and let's see if we can. So it's power yoga fun update. Okay, I might have to refresh. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to do edit. And if I do Power Yoga Fun, update, boom, Power Yoga Fun. How cool is that? How about kick boxing craze. So this one is kickboxing. They feel the energy. Let's add it. There you go. We have kickboxing. How about we add one more? You will feel energized. Okay, add it. Boom. Let's add one for elite, right? So this one, I think I'm gonna do, let's say, strength training, and we're gonna do say 10, and we're gonna do you will be able to lift a car after this. Okay, what's the promises? Okay, so we have, yeah, there's one issue with this one, the table, I guess, but that's as UI is, and we're going to leave that. So now we have classes that's working, and we can add it right here. We can add instructors. So now I think the final thing would be to do the membership, and then the, let's see, and then the classes booking payment service that then we can use to take the user payment. So for that one, I'm going to come over here and we're going to go to services, not migrations, services, and I'm going to say payment service. That's yes, like that. And then we're going to do a namespace, and then it's going to be this services and like that. So what I will do is I'm going to create an interface, and it's going to be interface, and then it's going to be payment service. The reason why I'm creating the interface is we're going to create a method, and then it's going to be basically, let's say, create payment. So instead of that, actually, I don't want this one. What I want to do is process payment async, right, like that. And what it's going to do is it's going to take, let's say, the card number, and then I'm going to close this one, and then expiry date, and then the CVV, and then the name, and then finally the amount. Okay, let me just bring this over to the next line. So the idea is we're going to use fake payment for test purposes, but let's say you go into production, then you can use a real payment and then just replace the mock payment service with the real one. So that's why we create this one. So we're going to create a class, and it's going to be fake payment service, and it's going to inherit from the I payment service, and of course we're going to get the warning about the implementation of the method. So I'm going to just hit tab to that, and then what it does is basically it's going to take the card number and all that, and then it's going to delay for a second, and then it's going to return successful. So that's in production. You can then, so we're going to use this in test, the fake payment, but if you replace it with the real one, then it'll be easier to do it that way. So I'm going to close this one, and we're going to come over to the program.cs, and we should register this one. So we're going to do builder.services.add scoped. Okay, and it's going to be gym that services dot fake payment service. Okay, so now that this is registered, then we can start using it. So I'm going to close this one, and then we can minimize this, and then we can come over to the say page, and we can create a payment page. So it's going to be a payment.razor like that, and then we can do, let's say, add page, and let's say it's going to be payment. Don't forget to add the slash and then this, and then we're going to do a page title payment, and let's save it. So let's make sure, let's just restart this. Okay, and if I come over here to say, once it's done, okay, so if I come over to payment, then okay, so that's working. So I'm going to come over here and minimize this one. We're going to add code block, and we're going to inject the add inject, and this one services dot payment fake payment service. We're going to do fake payment service. Okay, I think we should just keep the same casing as we have been doing. So fake payment service. Okay, so what we can do is, so in here I'm going to come over here and create a payment model. So I'm going to do public class, it's going to be payment model. You can add models like right inside the razor file, that's totally fine. So what we need to do is, let's say public string, and then it's going to be name, it's going to be get set. Okay, we're going to initialize to empty. Okay, and then I can basically copy and paste this. So I can basically come here, take it, and we can do for the card number, expiry, and CVV like that. So this one will be, say, the card number. Okay, so this is our model that then we can build the form out of. Okay, so this one we're going to pass in the plan. Remember the how we did the home page? When you click on those buttons for the membership plans, we're passing them as query parameters. So I'm going to do a parameter like that, and then this will be public string, and it's going to be plan. Okay, it's going to be get set like that. And before I forget, what you need to do is, if you are expecting parameters, you need to come over here and you need to do this plan like so. So it's going to come over here. Okay, so then I think maybe if we can come over here and say I can do like this, I'm going to do h1 just to make sure that this is working. I'm going to do plan, and then what I can do is I can do class text dash white, and maybe font dash, let's see, text dash, sorry, text dash 3 or 4 XL. Okay, so then I think if I go to the home page, and if you guys remember how we have this, so it's payment basic. Okay, payment basic, so it's not found. I think what I should do is maybe restart this. Okay, it's restarted, and if we come over here and let's say I go here, there you go, basic is coming, and then if I do, let's say, premium is coming, and you get the idea. So now we're gonna know which plan the user has picked. You can see we are picking this query parameters, pretty nifty. Okay, so now that we have that, we can get rid of this one. We don't need this. And then what we need after this is, let's see, we can come over here and we can do something like this, private membership type. Okay, like that, and it's going to be plan enum. Okay, and then we're going to do enum dot try parse. Okay, and then it's going to be type membership type. All right, and then we're going to do plan. Okay, true, and then out we're going to do a var, and it's going to be val. Okay, and otherwise val, and then we're going to do membership. Where did it go? Membership type, membership, and we're going to do null. Okay, like that. And of course we need to bring in the membership type. It's not bringing it in, so we can come over here, we can do at using dot data. I think it was data or model. There you go. Okay, so now it's using the membership type. What we're trying to do is basically, if when the query parameter, like we get the plan, we are going into our enum and basically getting a value for that. That's all we're trying to do here, right? So then when we do that, then after that, what we have is we're going to do private string. We're going to plan display. We want to display one. So it's going to be plan num okay dot to string. Okay. Otherwise, we're just going to do membership, like that. Okay, so we're gonna get it from the enum, then we just do the to string on it, and we're gonna, if we can find it, we display that. Otherwise, we're just gonna say membership. Okay, then what we need is the supply parameters from form, and for this one we're gonna do private, and it's gonna be the payment model that we have, and it's gonna be model get set, and it's going to be new. Okay, like that. And then also we need private bool is processing equal to false. So we're not processing in the beginning. Let me just organize this a little bit. Okay, it's bringing all these things here. I don't know why. Okay, so we are having the processing, and then also, okay, so one thing we also need to inject is the auth service, so we can know if the user is logged in. You don't want to come here if you're not logged in. Inject, it's going to be gem-yt.services.auth service auth service, like that. Okay, so then what we can do is right here, what I can say is protected override, and this could be async. Okay, and task, and we're going to do on initialized async, and then we can do like this: if not auth service dot is logged in. If the user is not logged in, then basically you just go navigation manager dot navigate to, I think we need to bring in the navigation manager. So I can come over here, I can do inject inject navigation manager and navigation manager. Okay, so once we have that, then we can come over here, we can navigate to, and you just want to take them maybe to login. Okay, and then return URL. Return URL should be payment. Okay, and plus, remember you want to bring in the plan. Okay, true. Okay, so force load, we're doing that. Okay, so basically if the user is not let's say the user is not logged in and they land on this page, then we take them to the login page, right? But let's say they log in, the return URL should be this one again. Okay, so there's a problem here. On initialized should be like that. We don't need this. Okay, so that should take care of that. Let's just reboot. Okay, and then finally we need a method to handle the payment. So what I can do, I can do private async task handle payment. Okay, lots of mistakes. Do handle payment. And then what I can do is if, well, first we should get the user. Var user is equal to await auth service dot get current user async. And we can do like this: if user is equal to, let's say for some reason the user is null, then we can do throw new, and we can do uh, invalid operation exception, and I can do user is not logged in. Okay, and then we can just return from this one. Okay, return. We don't need to proceed further. Okay, we just throw the exception. Okay, and then what we need is also, we can just process the payment. So we can do await, and we can do payment fake payment service dot, and there's only one method, process the payment, and we can do model dot card number, model dot say the expiry, model dot say the CVV, and model dot name, like that. And then the amount, I'm just going to do 0, but in the real app production you might want to, give the proper amounts. Now the other thing we need to do is also we need to basically, if this was successful, now we need to update the user, right? Because they've made the payment, they were successful, so we need to update their profile. And we can do like this: if plan enum, okay, dot has value, because then what do we do? User dot membership plan is equal to plan enum dot value, right? So upgrade it to that, and then await user service dot, we can do update. Okay, so we don't have user service, so how about we bring it? So I can come over here and inject it. We can do gym dot services dot user service, like that. So now we have the user service, and I can add a semicolon. Okay, what, there's a lot of stuff at the end. I don't know why it adds it here. Okay, so I can do basically like this: user service dot update membership async. Okay, and then user, so what does it take? I don't know. Let's see, can we go in there? So user ID and then new membership plan. Okay, so we need to give it the user ID, user dot ID. Okay, and then user dot membership plan, right? Because we upgraded here, so we just passed that. Okay, and then success message, we have success message now, so let's add that. So I can come over here and I can quickly add one, and let's just format it. And then I think in the handle payment I can do success message, just set it to null. And then over here I can do basically success message, and we can do like this. So we can say payment successful, your membership has been updated to that. And I think then, okay, so there is, that's this one, and then you can do is processing is equal to false. Okay, I think, okay, why is this line number 43? Okay, so if result, why is this a problem? So process payment async, let's go over here. Oh, it's returning a string. We don't need that. I think we just need to return a bool. So we can do, say, bool, and instead I'm just going to do return true. And we need to update the interface, so this should be bool. Okay, let's save it. And if we come over here, why is it, okay, so now we need a form that the user can put in their payment info, like card number and all. I'm not going to type that. I'm going to take this from my notes because it's only a simple form. The only thing I'm going to change is in here. I'm going to do auth service dot not logged in. Then you just do that, and then the payment form is correct, and then we need the data validation. So we need to bring in the annotation for that. We need to bring in the using for that. So I'm going to bring that one. Let's save it. Of course, there's errors. So we have cardholder name. So maybe I can come over here, and if I, okay, so this should be expiry exp, and this should be cvv. What else? Okay, I'm gonna come here, and this should be exp like that. What else? I think that's pretty much it. Okay, so we also need to have an error message. So I'm gonna come over here, and just like how we have the success message, I think we need one for the error message, like that. Okay, and let's see. I think if result is successful, you do that. Else, yeah, we're just gonna do the error message. Let's save it and see if this will work. Okay, hot reload succeeded. Boom. Okay, so now remember, the if we go, I'm gonna log in as John. Okay, so if I go to the profile, you guys remember the membership type is none right now, right? I'm gonna go to the this page. Let's say I'm gonna buy the premium one. So I'm gonna choose plan, and boom, I'm coming with premium. See, it says pay for premium. If I come over here and say elite, now it's gonna say pay for elite. So that is working really well. So let's say I'm John, I'm like this one. So I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna enter my name. So I'm gonna be John Doe, and let's say some fake card number 1225, and then 12, whatever, right? And then pay for premium. So if I pay, okay, payment successful, your membership plan has been updated to premium. Okay, so if I go to profile, there you go. So the thing is updated to premium. How cool is that? I'm gonna log out, and I'm gonna log in as Tina, and let's say I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna close this. So now if I go to profile, Tina is none. So let's say Tina is very excited and she's gonna go for the elite. So I'm gonna go for elite, and same thing, I'm gonna do my name, Tina Smith, and some fake card number, and then that. And if I do pay for elite processing, boom. So now if I go to profile, there you go. Now she is part of the elite thingy. So now we're gonna do the classes, where we can display the classes, and the user should be able to pick the right book for the right class. Now let's work on adding the classes. So if I come over here to pages, then I can create a new razor component, and we're gonna say classes razor, and then I'm gonna come over here, we're gonna do classes like that, and let's save it, and then we can close this one, and then I can do a page title, and it's gonna be classes. Don't need to do that. Then we can add the code block, and then we need to add a list. So this will be a list, and it's going to be gym class model, and then we're going to do upcoming classes. Okay, I think there's 1M in upcoming, and then this will be new, like that. Okay, I'm going to take this one and just add it to the top, and we don't need this, and then we need the add using. Okay, so this will be the upcoming classes. Then the other one we need is the filter classes. So we're gonna have a way for the user to be able to filter classes. So that's why we are doing all these filter classes like that. And then also we need a private message, sorry, string message. It's gonna be null message, and then we need a private, and then we need a bool, and then this is going to be booking success. Okay, so I think we need to bring this on here, and then I can just format this, and boom, that fixes that. Okay, so then we need also the query. So when the user use the filter, it's going to be passed as type query. So we're going to do public, it's going to be string, and then this will be type query. Okay, and it's going to be get set. Okay, and then this one what we will do is we're going to do parameter, okay, like that. And then it's going to be supply parameter from query. So supply parameter from query, and then it's going to be name is type, right? So we're going to pass this in the query, and we're going to the name of this will be type. Okay, we're going to add two more, and then this will be this one, and then we're going to add one more like this. Okay, so this one will be called level query. So remember, user should be able to filter by the type of class. Let's say beginner, advanced, intermediate, and then the kind of level. The level is beginner, intermediate, and that, and then also the date. So we should be able to query by date, and this one we call date, and this one should be called level. Okay, so these are our query parameters, and then let's also do the add a function. So we're going to private, like that, and then we can call this one in from the initialize. So protected override, and then it's going to be a sync task, and then it's going to be on initialized a sync, and then we're going to do await load classes. So we're going to load the classes here, and then I can come over here in the load classes. Then we can do var, and we're going to do all classes equal to await, and then we can do the gym class service. Okay, of course it's going to bring it here, but what we can do is I'm going to cut this, and we can inject the service. I'm going to inject, and it's going to be gym dot services dot gym class service, and it's going to be gym class service. Oh mean, like that. Then I can come over here and I can do gym class service dot, okay, and then we can do get classes async. Okay, so it's going to give us the classes. Okay, then I can do upcoming classes is equal to all classes. We can do dot where, okay, it's going to be class such that class dot start time is greater than date time dot now. Okay, and so you only want to see the classes that are in future basically, right? And it's active, right? So the class is active. So this will be, let me just bring this over here. So we're going to do dot where, and then you can do dot order by. Okay, what do you want to order by? C such that class, okay, start time. So order by start time, and finally you can do to list. I'm going to convert this to a list, and then I can do filtered classes is also equal to upcoming classes, right? So this should give us the classes. Now we need a method to be able to apply the filter. So we can do void, and it's going to be apply query filter, like so. And then we're going to filter classes is equal to upcoming classes. First we set that, then we're going to do like this: if not string dot is null or empty or white space. I'm going to do, so type query, the type query is this one, okay, and we're going to do enum dot, we're going to do try parse, okay, and it's going to be class type. Remember we have different class types, and then I'm going to do type query, okay, like that, and true. We're going to say out var, and it's going to be type val. Okay, let's do this, type val, like that. Then what I can do is if that's the condition, then filtered classes is equal to filter classes dot where see the type is equal to that to list. So basically what we're saying is if the query that we passed in is one of the filter classes, the type is one of the classes, then basically we filter on that. That's what it is. We're going to see this in action once we actually do the UI. So I have the other filters also. I'm not gonna type it, but the idea is same, that if the level query is not thing, then go to the difficulty basically. So what we're saying is beginner, intermediate, and advanced. That's all we're saying. We filter by that, and then also by the date time. So this one we don't need the enum, but we just try to parse the date. We just take the date query, parse it, get the value in the out value in the date value, and then we parse filter by that. Okay, so that's that. And then we need another method. So this will be, I need to close this one, and let's get rid of that. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, that should work. Okay, so this is the apply filter. Something not right. I think we just have one extra. Yeah, so I'm gonna save this one. Let's make sure there's no errors. Let's restart this. Okay, let's see. So this is good. This is running. Okay, so now we can come over here. I can close this one. So then we need to basically detect when the filter is changed. So I'm gonna be on type filter changed. Okay, it's gonna be change event args e. So this will basically from the UI when we change the thing. So the type we're going to do like this. Type is equal to e dot value dot to string, and then we're going to update query. Oops, update. Then we need to call a method to update the query. So let's write that method first. So what we can do is we can come over here and I can do private void, and I can do update query parameter, and then it's going to be string path name. Remember, when you change the query parameter, we call the same path with those query parameters. That's what we're trying to do. And then the value. Okay, so then let me just whoop. So we can bring this here. Okay, so what do we do here? So var URI is equal to navigation. Okay, so what's navigation? We need to bring it. Of course, it's going to always bring it here. I don't know why Microsoft hasn't fixed this issue. So I'm going to come here and we can do using like that. Okay, so this will do that, and then I can come over here and I can say navigation. Okay, navigation dot to absolute to ab navigation dot to absolute. Okay, that's going to be navigation dot URI. Okay, something is not right. Let's see if we brought in the right. So this should be navigation manager, actually, not this guy. So we need to inject a navigation manager, and let's see if this will work to absolute. So let's see if we can try this again. So if I come here and I do to absolute URI, there you go. So that works. And then I can do basically navigation, okay, dot URI, okay, like that. And then var query, we need to get the query, and this is going to be system.web.utility parse query string. So that's the one that's going to be passed in the query string. If string dot is null or white space the value, okay, then we're going to do query dot remove the param name. Param name. Okay, so I think we did not use the param name. This should be param name, sorry. Yep, there you go. So param name. Okay, else then what we can do is we can do like this query, and we can do basically param name is equal to value. Okay, so set the query parameter to that. Okay, and then after that we need to construct the new URI. So we're going to do new URI is equal to, and I'm going to use a $sign. We're going to do classes, and then what we can do is like this query dot count count. Okay, if it's greater than 0, then if it's greater than 0, then you basically just do that question mark, otherwise, and then do the query dot to string, otherwise we're just going to do the empty thingy. Okay, and then finally we're going to put the semicolon. So what we're saying is basically build a new URI, and we are going to navigate to that one. So this should be, sorry, var And then I can come over here and I can do navigation dot navigate to new URI like that. Okay, so then I can come over here and then I can use this one. So I can do update. I can do update query parameter, and to this one I can say type is what? Type is type like that. I'm gonna do that. So I need to add for the other one, and then this one be, let's say on this was on type change, then level, and then the other one. So this one will be level. This will be level change, and then this one will be on date filter change. We need to also make sure we update these. So this will be level, and then this one will be date. Okay, we need to add one to clear the filters. So this one is so simple. I will just paste it. But basically all we do is navigation navigate to, and we just go to classes, and we don't pass any parameters. That's all. So simple. So finally we need to then add a method to be able to book a class. So I can do private, okay, async, and then it's going to be task, and then we're going to do on book class. Okay, we're going to do the gym class model, and it's going to be gym class. Okay, so what do we do here? Well, we can do a try catch. We're going to do a current user is equal to, so that means we need to get the auth service. So I can take this one and I can do dot auth service like that. So now that we have the auth service, I can come over here and then I can do await auth service dot get current user async. That's going to give us the current user, and we can basically do like this. If okay, so we get the current user, then I can do booking service. Okay, what happened? Undo this one. I'm going to come back here and I can basically inject the booking service, and I can do booking service like that. I'm going to save it. We're going to come back here and let's see if we can get it. Booking service dot, and then you can do book class async. Okay, and what do we pass to it? We're going to pass in the current user dot id and then the gym class dot id. Straightforward. Okay, and then we can come over here and await load. We want to load the classes so we can show the status and all to the user. Okay, so current user could be null. Okay, so we need to take care of that, but let's do this catch first, and then exception ex. Okay, and then maybe we can do console dot write line, and we can do ex dot message like that. Okay, so that'll take care of that. Okay, okay, so one thing we should do is if the current user is null. So let's say if current user is equal to null, then maybe we can do message is equal to I don't know, user not registered, something like that, and then we can just do a return, right? So yeah, we just don't proceed further. So that will fix that issue. And if the booking is successful, I think we should change the message to say message is equal to successfully booked and all that. It'll show the that to the user. Okay, so now we need to work on the UI part of it. So first we're going to add a section. I don't feel like typing this one honestly because I've typed so much right now. So anyway, so let's go to classes, and of course we get a nice exception. Let's go over here and restart this just to make sure everything is okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, so book your classes, reserve your spot in our expert leading facilitator. So that's that. Okay, so that's your that section. Then after the section, we're going to add another section for. Okay, so now we're going to add another section where we're going to show the user the classes, right? So I'm going to do this in parts. Then we can add a filter container. We're going to add a container, and then we can add the filter bar. Okay, so let's just organize this, and I'm going to save it, and let's see what happens. Boom. So this is your filter bar. We'll refresh it and boom. So as you can see, we have all the different kind of types. We have all levels, and we have the date, yoga, and all that. Okay, so that's that. And let's see, I think if I change a filter, this should actually call this method, right? On filter type change, I should call that. So let's restart this and see. Okay, so if I go and change the filter type, for some reason it's not changing here. What the reason for that is we forgot to add the interactive server thing. This always gets me. Okay, so let's see if I can change it now. Okay, there you go. So if you see on the top, you see type is yoga, and then I can do this, so level, and then we have a date. Boom. So that's what I'm talking about. That's how we get these different filters, parameters. So if I clear it, boom, we just go clear it. Okay, after this, then we can start adding the grid for showing the, then we can start iterating through the classes like so. So we're going to do gym class and filter classes. And then I can come over here. I can add that. Let me organize that. And let me save this one. And let's restart. Okay, looks like we have some sort of an issue. And let's see if I do this. Okay, what's the error that we are getting? So this class grid actually, we put in the wrong place. This should be inside of this one. Okay, let's save it. Okay, so we're having an exception. Let's see here. Okay, instructor full name. Okay, so that means we probably need to add something here in the, let's see. So if I go to models and if we go to instructor model, do we have a full name? Yes, we do have a full name. Okay, so that's okay. Why is it? Let me bring this on the wrap it around. I'll close this one. And if I come over here to full name, okay, so gym class, our instructor, our full name. So this is causing issue for us. Okay, so one thing we have is in this one, if you guys remember, we need to pass in true to include the instructor. And I think the problem that was the causing issue, the instructor name when we were doing the full name. If I come over here and if I find it, so this was coming as null because we're not including instructor. So if you come here, boom, there you go. So these are the classes that we have currently. And as you can see, we have HIT, we have strength training, we have the intermediate, we have the advanced, we have the capacity and all. As you can see, I'm not logged in and it's basically now saying, log in or join now. So that is so cool. Okay, one thing we might need to do is if I come over here, is we can come over here and maybe if no class is found, maybe what I can do is I can say at if upcoming class dot count is equal to 0, then we basically just display this one. And let's see. Actually, I think it should be filter classes. So I'm gonna save it, and if I come over here and oops, clear filters, but if I look for something in future, then why is this not coming up? Okay, oh, one of the reasons it's got this hidden, I don't know why. So I'm going to save this one and boom, now it says no classes found and try adjusting your thing. So if I clear this, that's coming. And finally, after this section, I think we should add maybe if booking message is not equal to null or message, right? Then we're just going to display that message here, whether it's successful, whether there was an error and things like that. Okay, so now how about we go ahead and maybe see if we can sign up for a class. Okay, so let's say this is the intermediate one. If I go to login, I'm going to log in as John Doe. Okay, and if I go to profile, then my profile is premium, so I'm good. And if I go to, let's say here, so I can actually let me try to go to class and see if there's an elite class. If I go to classes, okay, so there is let's see, is there an elite one? Book class. Okay, nothing is happening. If I do book class, okay, so there you go. So this one was successfully booked, and you can see the count went up. But if I try to do book this one, then something is not right. And that's because I think when we throw an exception, we need to grab the message. Let's see if we're console logging it. If I scroll to the bottom, okay, I have to really do this by hand. Yeah, see, this is the message that should be coming up to the user, and I think it's yes. Okay, so we should do like this: message is equal to ex dot message. Okay, let's save it. And now if I come over here and try to book this one, there you go. Your premium membership does not allow booking elite classes. Please upgrade your membership. So that's also working. Okay, so now I can refresh this, and I can, one thing I noticed is this admin is here. We don't need it actually because we have two separate admin paths. So maybe I can go to the navigation, and let's see. You could add the two different ones, but we're not going to do this. I'm going to go admin, and let's see, or maybe we can just do like this. By default, go to what, you know what, so we're going to just remove the admin because this will be only for admins to do. We don't need to see this on the page, right? Okay, so now it's gone. And let me, so who is it? John. Okay, I'm going to log out, and I'm going to log in as Tina, email.com, password. And if I go to profile, her profile is elite. Okay, so if I go to classes, and if I book this one, boom, as you can see, I can do this one. But okay, and if I try to book again, then I get the already booked for this class. So that's pretty cool. One thing you guys can do is add a button that if the user has already booked a class, then maybe add a cancel button so they can cancel a class. So now let's see if the filtering works. So let's say I'm going to search for yoga, and I don't have anything. How about hit? Boom, I'm getting hit. And then if I do all types, then I get that. How about difficulty? I'm going to do beginner. How about intermediate? How about advanced? Okay, that's coming. How about reset the filter? So this one is on August 9th. This is 5th. How about I look for something on August 9th? And boom, I'm getting that. So the filter is working. Okay, so I think that concludes the gym membership, ASP.NET full stack Blazor with Razor component project. I hope you guys liked and enjoyed it. We use AI to code, help us, kind of code along us. And I think that was really fun. And if you guys liked it, please like and subscribe. Bye for now.